birthday, Marissa?
Yeah.
All right, Toni Braxton, the singer, is celebrating her birthday today. So she is
a legend.
55 years old.
her.
All right, we're going to see if we can get an answer to the stupid question today. And it was from listener Scott Wendell. What rock band lead singer appeared in the 1987 movie Light of Day as a member of the fictional new wave band called The Problems? 215-263. WMMR is the number. And we will go to Shelby to see if we can get the answer. Hi there, Shelby.
Hello.
All right, Shelby. So which rock band lead singer was performing in this fictional new wave band, The Problems, in the movie Light of Day?
Was it Trent Reznor?
It was Trent Reznor. Wow. Yep. Wow. Hang on a second, Shelby.
Did not know that.
So Joan Jett was in the band that the movie is about. And Trent Reznor, and the word is they were shooting a scene, and they just needed a local band to come by and fill in and play as this band, and they were like the only band that had their equipment ready to go at that time.
Right.
And so they came by doing it. Apparently, this is the only movie that Trent Reznor was ever in. So he has no speaking role. They just show him real quick. He's playing keyboards.
That's hilarious.
He's in the movie. Yeah. So. Congratulations to you, Shelby. We are going to set you up with a pair of combo passes for the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions in Glen Mills. It is this week's big friggin' deal, by the way. 2 tickets to the Bates Motel and Haunted Attractions for just $50, and that's half price to experience the #1 haunted attraction in America. And you can get it now at WMMR.com. Use the keyword deal. That's while supplies last. All right, so I have some entertainment stories to run by you guys, and we'll begin with this one. Kevin Spacey was present in Manhattan Federal Court on Thursday for opening arguments in the actor's civil trial. Anthony Rapp, the actor, is currently suing the Oscar-winning actor for $40 million.
Man.
Claiming that Spacey made unwanted sexual advances to him in 1986 when Spacey was 26 and Rapp was 14 years old.
You know Anthony Rapp from Rent.
Yeah, he plays Mark.
Yeah.
And he's been in tons of
Star
stuff
Trek
throughout the
Discovery.
years. Yeah, and in Adventures in Babysitting, he was the best friend.
Right.
In opening arguments, Spacey's attorney, Jennifer L. Keller, called Rapp bitter and claimed that he peaked around the year 2000 and blames Mr. Spacey for everything that hasn't gone well in his life.
What jury isn't going to respond warmly to that?
Right?
He sucks.
According to Variety, Spacey's legal team plans to bring medical experts who will testify about trauma and memory lapses. Based on their opening statements, they appear ready to argue that Rapp has misremembered or embellished key details.
So how many cases is Spacey looking at? He had those, there were the cases that were in England, right?
Yeah.
When he was director of the Globe Theater, I guess he was.
Yep.
And then there's the domestic ones. There was one that was completely dismissed. So I
don't remember how
like
many.
A conga line.
Yeah. So this is, I think this was one of the first ones I thought that popped up. So it's getting underway. Hey, this is an interesting story. William Shatner reveals in his new book, which is called Bold to Go, Reflections on Life and Awe and Wonder, that he has said that going into space on the Blue Horizon flight last year left him with a strong feeling of grief.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
He
lost his luggage.
Stop.
He writes in an excerpt shared with Variety, the contrast between the vicious coldness of space and the warm nurturing of Earth below filled me with overwhelming sadness.
Oh, my God.
He said, every day we're confronted with the knowledge of further destruction of Earth at our hands, the extinction of animal species, the flora and fauna, things that took 5 billion years to evolve. And suddenly we will never see them again because of the interference of mankind. And it filled me with dread. My trip to space was supposed to be a celebration. Instead, it felt like a funeral. And he added that this feeling, which is dubbed the overview effect.
So it's
not uncommon.
Interesting.
For astronauts in particular, and has been described by Yuri Gagarin, Michael Collins, Sally Ride, and many others. I've never
heard of this.
Heard of that before.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. Because it's supposed to be
similar?
you would think it's awe-inspiring and incredible, but apparently, maybe it
from that vantage point.
Yeah.
Or is it so incredible, like almost like the Olympic athletes, that it's like
what am I going to?
afterwards, you're like, well, what now? Like, you know what I mean?
I get nauseous on a Ferris wheel.
Seriously.
But Steve, I want to ask you because you have mentioned this sort of thing, like when you are when you do this thing where you basically pull yourself out of your body and you're essentially
Right.
watching yourself.
The watcher, yes.
The watcher.
Yeah.
And I mean, maybe that's the same type of effect.
It could be, yeah. I think what's happening is compare the population to the scant few who have had the opportunity to view the planet from that perspective.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could see it. To me, that would be a cold dose of reality.
Yeah.
I don't think a trip to space will make you more frivolous, you know?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. All right. So a few other things. Jada Pinkett Smith has a lifetime of thoughts that she'd like to set down. The actor, singer, entrepreneur, and co-host of the Red Table Talk has set down, not slap down. You're talking about the slap.
Yeah.
Thank you. And has a deal for what Day Street Books is calling an honest and gripping memoir that will cover her complicated marriage to Will Smith, among other topics. The book is currently untitled. It's scheduled for next fall. In an announcement, the press release stated, Jada Pinkett Smith chronicles lessons learned in the course of a difficult but riveting journey, a roller coaster ride from the depths of suicidal depression to the heights of personal rediscovery and the celebration of authentic feminine power.
I mean, honestly, what's going to be in this book that's not already in like the Red Table Talk?
Every episode is something like that. So I guess maybe you're going to just put them into one thing. Quick question on that family.
Mm-hmm.
Does Willow Smith have a new hit out or something?
I don't know.
Because she's the musical guest on SNL this weekend.
She must have new music out. Yeah. According to the announcement, Pinkett Smith will recount her unconventional upbringing in Baltimore, her friendship with late rapper Tupac Shakur, her love with Smith, and her experiences with motherhood. I don't know what the slap, it's got to be in there, right?
By the way, apparently something that's been a big issue in the marriage that's caused a lot of these issues with her and Will comes from Will's jealousy about her relationship with Tupac Shakur.
Yeah, I think I remember.
So that was a big thing, and he's never been able to shake it off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Tupac was legit. He was, he was too legit to quit.
Yeah, he was too legit to
No,
quit.
that was Hammer.
Yeah.
But he was a little bit more. And now, while Will had a huge, success run with his music, he was a little more novelty at the beginning, so not taken quite as seriously as Tupac. I could see that. I could totally see that.
I mean, come on. You're a successful actor. You're a very successful actor.
Yeah, come on, man.
Don't worry about it.
All right, this was sad to see this morning. Judy Tenuta, brash stand-up who cheekily styled herself as the goddess of love and toured with George Carlin as she built her career in the 1980s golden age of comedy, died on Thursday. She was 72. She passed away at home in Los Angeles with her family around her. The cause of death was ovarian cancer.
That sucks. She was I thought she was really funny. Her stuff was fairly cutting edge, and she briefly dated Emo Phillips.
Oh, that's perfect.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. You know what? I was wondering about this, Steve. That era had these character comics.
Yes.
Which you really don't see anymore.
Andrew Dice Clay, her,
and
Bobcat Goldthwait.
Bobcat Goldthwait,
Yeah.
And even Sam Kinison to some extent.
Yes,
you know? But you really don't see that style anymore.
No.
Even we just had him on.
Stephen Wright.
Stephen Wright.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
And Howie Mandel.
Yeah. So she was definitely of a time and very, very successful in her field. By the way, her PR rep said that she had claimed that her birthday was November 7th, 1965, but she was actually born in 1949. And he said she was so old school she would never tell her real age.
So that would be something when they wanted to get under her skin. Other comics, they would prod her on her age.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Weird Al Yankovic had said, devastated here of the passing of my dear friend, the lovely Miss Judy Tenuta.
And fellow accordion player.
I can't believe she's gone. Yep. He said Earth truly lost a goddess. And she was apparently a part of his, he had a TV series in the 1990s, and she was a part of that. Tenuta gained national attention in 1987 with On Location Women of the Night, an HBO special in which she starred with Ellen DeGeneres, Paula Poundstone, and Rita Rudner. I think we've had all of them on one time or another. In 1988's American Comedy Awards TV special, she was named Best Female comedy club performer opposite male winner Jerry Seinfeld.
She never, well, now she'll never have a chance to work with Tico, Taco, and Tito.
Oh, that's too bad.
I think I'm going to change my birth year.
Okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you going to move it back or closer?
Why? So I look like great for my age?
I
See,
say-
I didn't even think of that.
I say, oh, did you know that Kathy's 74?
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh my
even think
God,
of
she
that.
looks sensational.
That's a great idea. I was definitely going to go the other way, but Steve, I
yeah.
like where you're going with this.
By the way, Tenuta was two-time Grammy nominee, getting back-to-back nominations in 95 and 96 for Best Spoken Word Comedy Album for, and I love the name of this album, Attention Butt Pirates and Lesbitarians, and In Goddess We Trust. She was a supporter of LGBTQ rights, took part in Pride festivals, and counted members of the queer community as enthusiastic fans. And on her website, she said that as an ordained minister of Judaism, spelled Judy-ism,
Right, yeah.
she was available for same-sex marriages. And with her self-centered Judaism religion, she said, in my religion, I'm the only one that gets to complain. The really nice thing about my religion is you can forget all about your problems and think about mine for a while. So sad news that she passed away at 72. Army Hammer was spotted back in the United States in the wake of the Discovery Plus docuseries House of Hammer. They Call Me By Your Name star, who has been hiding in the Cayman Islands, was spotted having dinner at the popular Beverly Hills eatery Il Pasito?
Yes, they serve human flesh there.
Pasatillo. And he was accompanied by an older woman. So he's just been seen. That's all that I know.
Can I get ice cream? She was really old.
Not yet. Gumbo.
Can I get a cup of ice cream?
Kim Kardashian revealed Thursday that Kanye West did not appreciate her Milan Fashion Week looks from February. The Skims founder revealed on the latest episode of The Kardashians that he sent her a slammer about her oversized Prada jumpsuit that said, the orange look made me so mad, would have went to jail before I went out in that.
This is what these people worry about.
He famously overhauled her wardrobe when they started dating in 2012, and Kim herself has admitted that she was, quote, having panic attacks without him as her stylist.
So here's a picture of the outfit up on the screen here in the studio, Preston. Do you give it a thumbs up or a thumbs down?
I think it's stupid looking.
She looks like she unzipped her hazmat suit.
Yeah, totally. That's exactly it. And she's just wearing a sports bra underneath.
So I'm going to have to go with Kanye on this one.
Yeah. Let's see. Melissa McCarthy took to Instagram yesterday to pay tribute to her time on The Gilmore Girls. In one post, she shared a photo of her and co-star Lauren Graham embracing with a comment that says, Happy Stars Hollow Season
What?
to all those who celebrate.
That's the name of the town they lived in Gilmore.
Stars Hollow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she wrote, how was this 22 years ago?
How the F? Aren't they talking about another reboot?
Maybe.
Yeah. I know you were all about that. That was your jam.
In a separate post, she praised Graham, writing, I have no idea how LG did all that dialogue. She was amazing.
She was in Gilmore Girls?
She was the chef. She was Sookie.
Yes.
Yeah, you're saying this as if
Yeah.
I've ever watched even 1 second of that show.
Yeah, that was the name of her character. I actually did watch it. I think maybe like in reruns in the second run. And
Oh, you didn't watch it when it was originally on?
I don't really remember. But it wasn't until later that I realized who she was.
It's a
It's
big
just-
cult.
yeah.
Big cult for that
Yeah,
show, man.
Yeah.
Social media users are rooting for Pete Davidson and Giselle Bundchen to get together
Come on.
if she and Tom Brady split.
Dude, that would be awesome.
Dude, you know what? It'll probably happen. This is how these things start now. Among them is one of the Saturday Night Live stars' famous exes. News reports that Kate Beckinsale, who of course they dated, recently liked a popular meme that featured Davidson smiling about the speculation that Brady and Bundchen have split.
Listen, if I was him, I'd get in her sphere and start to work that.
Yeah.
I bet there's apparently no woman off the table for him.
Yeah. Why not, man? Go for it. This was sad to see. Former WWE wrestler Sarah Lee died. She was 30 years old. Her family announces saying that they were in shock at her passing. Lee's mother, Terry, announced her death on Thursday in a post on her Facebook page, but did not provide any details of the cause of death. Lee won the 6th season of WWE's reality show competition Tough Enough in August 2015. And just a day before her mother announced the death, Lee posted a photo of herself in gym clothes on her Instagram and wrote, celebrating finally being healthy enough to go to the gym 2 days in a row. She added that first ever sinus infection kicked my butt. So it's kind of mysterious.
It is
at this
very
point.
mysterious because she was in very good shape. And we're having Bailey on later.
Yeah, Bailey from
Yeah.
WWE Extreme. Maybe they know each other.
Yeah,
They know
yeah.
each other. I'm not sure. For the last 5 years, Lee continued her wrestling training in Orlando, Florida. She was married to former WWE superstar Wesley Blake, real name Corey Weston. They have 3 children, including a baby that was born in August of last year. That's terrible news. Wow. Let's see what else I have for you. Academy Award winner Jared Leto is moving from the House of Gucci to the cult of Chanel. The actor is set to play former Chanel artistic director and fashion designer Karl Lagerfeld in an upcoming biopic.
Oh, that's good. Casting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leto will produce the film with Emma Ludbrook through their production company called Paradox.
Did you see the House of Gucci?
I did not.
I liked it.
I thought it was okay.
I know. We talked about this before.
Yeah,
I think Nick, right? He was the one who was kind of like, I was expecting way more.
Well,
I didn't think-
he was expecting it to be the Versace. He was like,
Oh,
when's the
that's right.
murder
Oh,
gonna
that's
happen?
You got the movie wrong. Yeah.
I really liked it. I knew the story behind it, but I didn't know the extent of it. So to me, I thought it was really interesting.
Okay, yeah.
Leto said Carl was an artist, period. He was a fashion designer. He was a photographer. He was an artist. There was no defining him.
He was a rambler and a gambler and a sweet-talking ladies' man.
I just called him an artist. That's a definition. He was a creative powerhouse. I feel like this is a full circle moment, and Carl would be proud of what we are doing.
Whenever I hear the name Chanel, I can't help but think of that music video that the Kardashians made back in the 80s with the Cheesecake Factory because they sing about
Yeah.
Chanel as
I
well.
love L.A.
I love L.A.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. That's right.
They were like, Chanel.
The upcoming film is supported by the Karl Lagerfeld Fashion House, and the feature will focus on key relationships in Karl Lagerfeld's life, told through an unpredictable lens, much like the man himself.
Didn't he create IHOP, too?
Maybe.
I think he was a Waffle House guy.
The International
Yeah.
House of Pancakes. We're
Uh,
so thrilled to be here today with these various pancakes and the multitude of syrups.
In the 80s, Lagerfeld was my cologne, by the way.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Was that your,
It was just
I'm
called-
getting some tonight?
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally, yes.
Over at your car.
It was pre-Dracardo.
wow.
Yeah, that hadn't been out yet.
Once-
Lagerfeld was before them.
CBS started carrying Dracar, the game shifted.
No directors officially attached yet to the feature.
Why, this is one of the finest pharmacy scents out there.
Speaking of directors, John Waters is set to direct his first film since 2004's A Dirty Shame. He will write the script and direct a film based on his new novel, which is called Liarmouth,
Yeah.
a feel-bad romance.
We had him on to talk about it.
He is so he told Deadline, Liarmouth is the craziest thing I've written in a while. So maybe it's fitting that my novel was shocking enough to jumpstart the engine of my career. Thrilled to be back in the movie business, hopefully to spread demented joy to adventuresome moviegoers around the world.
I'd like to see him take a crack at something like a police procedural or something.
Oh, my God.
Something so out of his realm.
Yeah.
Because he is really an actually very competent, good director.
Agreed.
And his stuff is great. I love it.
But he just adds really demented stuff to it. Yeah.
It's like when David Lynch directed The Elephant Man.
Right.
So it's a standard, albeit an amazing story, but he brought Lynchisms to it that
Yeah.
made it really cool.
Yep. Mindy Kaling's HBO Max series Velma revealed its star-studded cast yesterday, and we have a friend in this cast, gang.
Oh, really?
She had mentioned this at the New York Comic-Con. So Kaling will voice Velma with the rest of the Scooby-Doo gang being rounded out with Glenn Howerton.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Our buddy, Sam Richardson, and Constance Wu. So Glenn is going to be voicing Fred.
That's great.
And Sam Richardson as Shaggy, and Constance Wu will be Daphne in the film.
She was on It's Always Sunny and Mindy Kaling, and they obviously they have a friendship that goes back.
Yep. The 3 largest theater chains in the U.S. have all agreed to Netflix's Glass Onion and Knives Out mystery for 1 week over Thanksgiving, a month before the highly anticipated movie hits the streamer. According to The Hollywood Reporter, the Rian Johnson-directed sequel will open in approximately 600 cinemas, including those owned by AMC Theaters, Cinemark Theaters, and Regal Cinemas as well. And the movie's theatrical film is scheduled for November 23rd to the 29th.
And we're supposed to get Ryan Johnson in studio to promote all this stuff again.
Oh, that's awesome.
We haven't had him in a while.
Excellent.
He came in. Did he not come in for Knives Out? Was it
Yep.
not?
Was
Yeah,
it
yeah,
Knives
yeah.
Out? Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was Knives
I
Out.
believe so, because we were talking about The Last Jedi with him.
Yep. All right, so we got new movies opening this weekend, gang.
Oh.
And it's time to talk about them.
Beautiful music.
Opening this weekend, movies include Amsterdam. It's comedy and mystery, and it stars Christian Bale, Margot Robbie, and Chris Rock. In 1933, three close friends find themselves at the center of one of the most shocking secret plots in American history. 2 hours and 14 minutes long, rated R. It gets a wide release. To Rotten Tomatoes score so far pretty low at 35%. I was really happy to see this and had no idea that they were making a movie out of the story of Lyle Crocodile. I loved that book when I was a kid.
I wasn't familiar with it, but apparently this is a beloved book.
I had completely forgotten about this until I saw it this morning and was happy to see this. It is a kids' musical comedy. It stars Javier Bardem, Constance Wu, and Brett Gelman. The plot is, when the Prim family moves to New York City, their young son, Josh, struggles to adapt to his new school and new friends. All of that changes when he discovers Lyle, a singing crocodile who loves baths, caviar, and great music, living in the attic of his new home. The two become fast friends, but when Lyle's existence is threatened by an evil namer, Mr. Grumps, the Prims must band together with Lyle's charismatic owner, Hector P. Valenti, to show the world that family can come from the most unexpected places, and there's nothing wrong with a big singing crocodile with an even bigger personality.
Goddamn right.
Yep. So it's an hour and 46 minutes long. It's rated PG. And it gets a wide release, and Rotten Tomatoes scored 67%.
That's pretty good.
Is that the guy from Stranger Things that we were
it
talking
looks
about
like,
yesterday?
Yeah, Murray.
Yeah.
I forgot the actor's name.
Brett Gelman.
Brett Gelman. All right. And then finally, another movie opening is Catherine Called Birdie. It's an adventure comedy, and it stars Bella Ramsey, Leslie Sharp, and Joe Alwyn. And the plot is the year 1290, not 1920. The year 1290. In the medieval English village of Stonebridge, Lady Catherine, known as Bertie, is the youngest child of Lord Rollo and the Lady Aislinn. Her playground is Stonebridge Manor, a house that, like the family, has seen better days. Financially destitute and utterly greedy, Rollo sees his daughter as the path out of financial ruin by marrying her off to a wealthy man for money and land. But Bertie, like all the great teen heroines, is spirited, clever, and adventurous, and ready to put off any suitor that comes calling in increasingly ingenious ways.
Aha.
Running time, an hour and 48 minutes long, rated PG-13. And it's in theater streaming today. Rotten Tomatoes score 86. Okay, so I had a moment just like Marissa did. The girl playing Birdie she's from Game of Thrones. Lady Mormont. She's the young one.
Oh, the one that you love her speech.
Ariana,
right?
Not Ariana. Yes.
She gives that.
Liana Mormont. That is awesome. And it gets a good score, so yay. All right, now we're ready to play the clips for you. Here we go. Hellraiser is a modern take on the 1987 film in which a woman is confronted by evil forces from a puzzle box. And here, director David Bruckner talks about creating the look for the horrific character Pinhead.
We really ran with this idea of flesh is leather. I mean, what is leather meant to represent? And pushing the boundaries of body modification. It was something that felt very Hellraiser to us, and allowed us to get a new and exciting image, which for me, that's the spirit of Hellraiser, is to always advance design in unpredictable ways.
Yeah! Hellraiser is available for streaming on Hulu today.
I'm watching it this weekend.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Next clip, here we go. Luckiest Girl Alive is film based on a novel by the same name in which a woman who seems to have it all together is unraveled by trauma. In this clip, star Mila Kunis weighs in on author Jessica Knoll's control over her character on set.
Jess was always so open-minded to my interpretation of the character. It's one of the things that makes me call her one of my favorite writers I've ever worked with. Is honestly she writes these amazing, really delicious and complicated characters, but then disattaches herself from them and allows the person to interpret that character.
Luckiest Girl Alive is available for streaming on Netflix today, by the way. Text here. I wanted to give a shout out. This is from Rich and Jay that are from VMSC of Lansdale, which is an ambulance service for North Penn. They are in Fort Myers, Florida right now, running 911 emergencies, listening live, and they want to shout out. They said it's rough down here, but we appreciate you guys. Well, Rich and Jay, you guys are doing amazing work. We appreciate you more than you can imagine. So a shout out to those guys.
Absolutely.
And you got a tough job. So hang in there, fellas. And thank you for listening. We do appreciate that. All right, let's see. We have our friends from Red Robin that have arrived.
Yum.
And we're going to be doing some giveaways this morning. So make sure that you hang in there because they're doing a meet and eat. We'll have your opportunity. You know, I'll give away one now.
Yeah.
How about a $50 gift card?
Nice.
Right now to caller number 16 at 215-263-WMMR. Reminding you that Red Robin's Cheese Lovers lineup is back and cheesier than ever. They're serving up these 2 burgers that we're enjoying today and fondue pairings, including the irresistibly dippable beer cheese fondue. Ooh. My God, do I love beer cheese.
Yeah, don't mind if I fondue.
Oh, all right.
And by the way, I think there's some pretzel rolls.
Oh.
All right. Let's get that to caller number 16, 215-263-WMMR. And we'll take a break because we got a lot to get to. We got guests. We got stuff to give away, including $1,000 You Who Loot continues. And it's a Friday morning, so no sad bro. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve
on 93.3 WMMR.
Preston and Steve's Camp Out for Hunger is coming soon, Monday, November 7th at
Michael, good morning it. Good morning it.
Good morning, it. Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it. What you doing over there, buddy?
What are you doing
Just
over
good morning, it.
Good morning, it. Yeah, no, I have a home office.
You're going to have to hang on a second.
Look it.
Just hanging out. Good morning, it.
Good morning it. Look it. It's good morning it outside. Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Michael. Good morning it.
The Cabbage Patch, though, was such a huge, huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like baby powder.
like babies.
And so
That was like fight over them at the store during Christmas.
Right.
Oh,
Yeah.
there were
Yeah.
there were
They
balls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way.
That is predicated on those famous toy store brawls over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
On the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
the Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I have a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate. And I was able to rename them, right? So you send that thing and you get the birth certificate back. And so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll.
the Cabbage
really?
Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10 years old too.
Right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person.
Because you had a doll?
Because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old. Called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
That's terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And
I
how
was
old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
What a
I know. But like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes. right, back to toys.
Oh, right. Toys.
Okay.
So Casey's in therapy now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
And then there was we already did another pre-screening. Like Marissa hosted that, right?
She hosted it last night at the AMC Fashion District.
It was last night, and then Casey hosted a screening last week
at the same exact place
for the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
And while we were on vacation, we got a text from Casey out of nowhere explaining that things didn't go quite the way he wanted them.
So if it's possible to suffer a concussion without actually hitting your head, that's what I think you experienced, Casey.
Yeah, and so I don't want to. I'm hoping
I'll find the text.
Okay,
Here. I'll read it.
I'm hoping that I didn't lead you guys down in the wrong direction of where you think this story is going to go.
No, we don't know anything. We know that, but it was so heartfelt, the text you sent out, that we knew it had to, because there have been similar situations in all our lives. But this one seemed like, wow, this really had to be a little bit more.
Yes. So I have the text here.
Okay,
it
go
says,
ahead.
"Oh my God, I'm at the screening for Free Guy." And by the way, I sent you this text. I'm still there. I have not hosted the screening yet. Okay, I'm still there. I have already embarrassed myself, and I needed to go somewhere and be by myself, decompress for a second, and then I had to admit to somebody what an ass I am, and just to sort of make myself feel a little bit better. And guess what? It didn't help. I still felt terrible. And I said, so they asked me to hype up the crowd and then introduce one of the stars of the movie. So this guy named Joe Keery, who plays Steve from Stranger Things, is in the movie Free Guy.
Yeah.
He was there to introduce the film, and I was there essentially to introduce him.
Right.
So I had come back I was on vacation in Wildwood. I had come back just to do this. I thought it was a really cool experience.
Real quick, had you met him at this point, or is he still?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
By the way, he seems like he's awesome. I love that character, Steve from Stranger Things. He seems like I've seen him interviewed before. He seems like a cool guy.
He was a great guy.
Okay.
And I will say that, categorically, he was a great guy, and the movie is hilarious. It's a great movie. And the movie had been on the shelf for a year.
Yes.
They wanted a theatrical release, and so they were like, we're just going to wait.
Only theater.
And only theater. So, and then I wrote, I just had a classic embarrassing moment. It's a classic shut the F up, Casey, and walk away kind of a moment. I'm pretty embarrassed, but it's also a really funny story. So,
and you said you weren't sure if it was going to translate on the air.
I'm not sure if it's going to translate on air.
Okay.
So,
well, let's hear it.
Well, deliver it in the original Farsi.
Right.
All right, so here's the deal. This movie was at the Fashion District, the old Galleria, the AMC there. It had never been there. By the way, what they've done to the place, the whole Galleria, the Fashion District, is awesome. It's really, really nice. So I get there. Joe had gotten there earlier than planned.
From the movie company.
But I had also gotten there an hour early, so I decided to walk around a little bit.
Right.
Side story, but it also is part of the story. I went to a place called Wetzel's Pretzels. Have you guys ever heard of Wetzel's Pretzels?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, I love Philadelphia Pretzel Factory, and I love Annie Ann's.
Yeah.
Wetzel's Pretzels is like the best pretzel I have ever had in my entire life. And I was so happy with myself for going, you know what? I've never had a Wetzel's pretzel. Let me stop by and try one, right? Hey, me. And this thing was amazing.
And you were really proud of yourself.
And I was really proud of and I couldn't believe how it was big.
Oh, is this hand shocked?
Yes. It was amazing. And I'm sitting there, I'm eating this thing, and I'm going, I think I need to open a franchise. I'm like, this is like I have just discovered gold for the first time. That was amazing. So I get done eating the pretzel, and Hannah from Allied Advertising she's my handler, and she says, "Hey, Joe's here. I can bring you back to meet him." I'm like, okay. I decide to use Wetzel's Pretzels as an icebreaker. Okay.
Well, you were completely enamored of Wetzel's Pretzels. It would be ridiculous not to.
Okay. I've been sober almost 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I go into this place like I had just done 7 rails of coke. Okay.
You're hyped up.
I'm hyped up. Okay. And let me also preface this by saying I'm fairly aware of who I am as a person and what I am as a person. And sometimes I have, how do you say, no chill.
You have moments.
No,
I have these moments. But listen,
that's a valid criticism of yourself.
Right.
But as we've told you throughout the years, to put a tap on that would be throwing out the baby with the bathwater, because that same energy delivers so much greatness to what we do
on the radio.
On the radio,
in person,
on the radio
with a stranger.
Yes,
might be different.
So
yes, like someone who's never met you, who's in a new town promoting a movie.
And there are 3 people in this room that have never met me, and so as the great Ted Lasso once said, "Know thyself, rest in peace, Socrates." I did not realize as I was going off the rails what was going on here. So I'm brought into this room. I go off on Wetzel's Pretzels. As it turns out, all 3 people in the room have heard of Wetzel's Pretzels before.
Oh, good.
And yes. So it was relatable. It was relatable, and we had this in common.
You picked the perfect icebreaker.
All right. So I meet Joe. Joe's a great guy. And then I meet 2 of his handlers. One of them, the female, was from Disney, right?
Yeah.
So she was his handler from the movie company. Hannah, who had brought me in and introduced me, has now left this room. We're in like this office, and I just go off the rails. That's all. Like, I was just being nice. I was being a nice guy, and I just didn't shut up for like 5 minutes straight. And
that's sometimes your Caseyism. Like, you don't know when to end it.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Well, so I had 2 or 3 different times talked myself into a corner.
Well, let me jump in here also. Throughout the years, and it used to be the thing where I had asked, if you realized this story was not going anywhere, and then an asteroid hit the Earth.
Yes.
I asked you to say, and then an asteroid hit the Earth, and we all died.
Right. So there were a couple of, and listen, this is Steve from Stranger Things, and and prior to this, I thought maybe I was going to have to do a Q&A with him, so I did a little bit of research about him, and so I knew a little bit more about this gentleman. And as it turns out, I wasn't doing a Q&A. I was just introducing him, and that's fine. Yeah. So. Hannah's not there. I know, like, I have to leave. I have to get out of here. Like, I am, I'm
in a pretzel loop.
I have overstayed my welcome. I have moved on from pretzels. I don't even know what I don't know what the bridge from pretzels to Van Wilder was. But now I'm at Van Wilder, and because Ryan Reynolds is in Van Wilder.
Sure.
All right.
Sure.
So, and I'm relaying the story.
Another icebreaker.
I had a really great interaction and encounter with Ryan Reynolds at the Van Wilder screening and press junket in Panama City, and I'm relaying this story, and then I just hear a knock at the door. And I'm like, okay, let me answer the door. It's Hannah from Allied Advertising. So I open the door, and she goes, hey, there's some people out here who want to have their picture taken with you. And I go, oh, okay, And I start walking out the door. I get halfway out the door, and I go...
You weren't talking to me, were you?
Wait, no. No.
No, what?
She was talking to me.
Okay, all right.
All right. But I kind of made a joke like, Joe, no, they want some pictures. She goes, no, they want pictures with you, with me. I'm like, oh, okay. And I walk halfway out the door, and it dawns on me that there's nobody out there to take pictures with me.
Oh my God.
The girl from Disney
Oh, God,
essentially texted Hannah like, dude, get this guy the F out of here.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right? And it dawns on me, and I step out the door.
Oh God.
And then I turn back. I go, wait a second.
Oh God.
I go, did you send her a text message to tell her to come and get me?
Oh no. Oh no.
She did. She flat out did. I go, you did. I go, it's fine. I go, I get it. I go, I'm so sorry, man. Listen, sometimes I have no chill or whatever. But I go, I know you totally did that, right? And then I shut the door and I walk away with Hannah and I go, did she send the text message? She goes, yeah, she did. I was like, oh my God. And listen, I don't care that I called her out on it. I don't.
No.
Like, that's
if you're going to do it, you got to own it.
Yeah. I'm like, and you did. I don't know what the text to Hannah said. I don't know if it was like, hey,
get this guy
can you get this guy? I don't know if she was nice
Please
about it.
get him to talk about pretzels again.
Oh my God. But
I mean, we're closer with Hannah than them. You should really ask I want to know what the text said.
I would, you know what? I will ask her, but she confirmed that no, there was nobody out there to take pictures with me. So now I'm standing outside of this room, and there's a step and repeat background. Yeah. Nobody's there to take their picture with me, and now I'm like, oh my gosh, like.
Now you're thinking.
I was a child at this point, like I was so embarrassed, and I was like so inside my own head, and I was like, this is like This is terrible. I am so embarrassed. I almost felt like crying. And then, because like I was depressed, I was like I legit got depressed at who I am as a person. Like, you know, like, and then I was like a little bit mad. I'm like, but I was being nice. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a nice person, but like, God, Case, you're a 46-year-old man. You should freaking know. You have met a celebrity before. Like, stop being such an a-hole.
You were just excited over pretzels.
I was excited over
that. Was the problem. You were excited over great pretzels, and
I still want to open a franchise, and it's not that expensive to open a franchise. My wife said, "No, I'm not allowed to open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise." And I was trying to think of like, where could I open a Wetzel's Pretzels franchise? Where could I?
I thought this would have been you going, I need to go back and apologize right now, and then go back in there, and then they're with this guy again. Okay, we can't get rid of him here.
What was the converse? Like, what was the? There was no conversation, right? Was it just you talking and not ending?
Right.
All right. So, no, I try to get people involved in said conversation. So the questions were asked, I think, I'm pretty sure.
Do you recall a real exchange, like a conversation, or did you ask them to write down their questions and submit them to you?
I don't know.
So was there any point at which...
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, there were questions asked, and you didn't breathe to let them answer.
I had another moment over the weekend, too. Where
Well, wait. Before you go to that, to this point, did you encounter them again? Did you get a chance to apologize to him, our buddy from Stranger?
I talked to the guy.
Yeah.
All right, so I never talked to the girl again from Disney. I talked to the guy. So I had gone into the theater after I had walked away and hung my head in shame for 10 to 15 minutes and texted you guys to try and make myself feel a little bit better. I was then asked to go into the theater to let people, because they collect your phones a lot of times before. So they had just gotten approval to let everybody have their phones back, and then I announced a surprise to hey, by the way, we have one of the stars here, so if you want to take a picture while he's in the theater, you can go
something.
Yes, for our good friend Craig Legans and the Comic Book Gurus. It is tomorrow, Saturday, October 8th, from 4 to 6 p.m. It is the Comic Book Gurus podcast live. They're at a thing called Skate or Die Film Festival. This is in Pottstown. It's at the Ringing Rocks Roller Rink.
No, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there a long time.
It sounds really cool, Preston. Totally awesome 80s roller skate party, Stranger Things costume contest, a screening of the 1987 cult classic movie The Gate, which is really cool, live podcast with the Comic Book Gurus, Craig, Rob, and Steph. They're all going to be there talking horror comics, horror movies, playing horror trivia games, handing out prizes, and there's going to be food, fun, frivolity, and you're going to bring your own, if you bring your own comfy viewing chair, that would probably be a good idea. Tickets are $20, and kids under 12 get in free, and you can get tickets at skateordiefestival.com.
Nice.
Thank you.
You are welcome, sir. All right, so I think we need to clean out the junk drawer because we're heading into the weekend, and a lot of things that have been sitting around here and haven't had a chance to get to as of yet. So let's dive in and see what we find. So Fat Bear Week has been happening again.
Love Fat Bear Week.
Alaska's Katmai National Park, or I think it's how you pronounce it. If Nick were here, he would be able to tell me. He's really like way into this. And it started on Monday. They announced on Twitter that Fat Bear Week is, quote, a time where flab is fab, is fat, and fat is fit. It kicked off on October 5th, and the park on Monday released its official Fat Bear Week bracket, consisting of 12 bears that compete for the top spot.
So this is the pre-hibernation contest.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is.
So
we've talked about it on the air.
We have.
Yeah, I still don't know.
So in this park, they have these bears, and they track them all. They keep an eye on them and see how they're doing. And so they take pictures of them when they are getting ready for hibernation. So they're fattening up and getting ready for the winter, and they're at their biggest of the year. And they take pictures of them, they post them, and then you have to rank them as your favorite. And each day they whittle them down and eventually have the fattest bear.
And it's awesome. Especially what happens is they will also provide pictures on the other side of the season, where you'll see them after they've sort of burned off a lot of this weight. It's like night and day.
Yeah, when they come out of hibernation.
Okay.
So they identified a few of them as 32 chunk and 128 grazer. Visitors to the park's website for Fat Bear Week can cast a vote once every day, and skinnier bears will be knocked out of the bracket until the park crowns its champion. On this year's list is there's one called 747, who is the 2020 Fat Bear champion. According to the park, this bear's impressive poundage is enough to intimidate most bears to yield their space, giving him the best access to fishing locations and mating opportunities. But not to be overlooked is 480 Otis, which is Katamai's 2021 Fat Bear champion, who was also the biggest bear in 2014, 16, and 17.
Oh, wow.
The Fat Bear Week bracket is narrowed down to 2 contenders by October 11th. So there's still time. Are they down to the final 4 now, Marissa?
No, just in the first round.
Oh, this is the first?
Or the second round, I'm sorry.
Okay. And let's see. Meanwhile, those who just want to observe the bears of the park can do so via the Brooks Falls Bear Cam, which is a solar power camera network that shows the bears eating salmon and hanging out in the shallows as well.
We were talking about this yesterday, Preston, and I said I saw a picture of a,
Kodiak, yeah.
a Kodiak bear and a full adult man standing next to it. And you're like, mother of God. You forget how effing huge those things are.
Yeah, they're gigantic, and these guys get huge this time of year. So if you want to vote for it, you can look up Katamai National Park, and they have the Fat Bear Week.
I love this.
Happening now.
We should do like a fat rat contest for Philadelphia.
Fat
who's
rat.
Who's going to be the fattest rat?
I love it. All right, another story. Let's see what we can find here. Billboard magazine has come out with its top 100 karaoke songs of all time.
Oh, wow.
So they are celebrating the return of karaoke. I guess there's been maybe a bit of a
An uptick?
resurgence
Yeah.
as of this lately.
Well, in your car it is now, Preston.
Yes, of course.
We've learned that.
So I have the rundown. I have the top 20, if you guys would like to hear, or maybe top 10.
Let me see if I
have one.
You want to?
Can you guess?
Have you guys seen the list?
I have not seen the list.
Okay, what would you put on there personally? I'll tell you if it makes it in the top 20 or not, because they have the top 100. Yeah, what?
What do you think?
Well, no. I mean, like, I know what my personal... like.
What is it?
Well, what I think number one would be is I Will Survive by Gloria Gaynor.
Anybody else?
I think Sweet Caroline is
that's a good one.
Is What's Going On there?
Well, let's guess first. All right, Kathy, do you want to take a guess?
Respect.
That's a good one.
I thought Sweet Caroline as well, Steve.
Yeah.
It's not even in the top 20.
Yeah.
Casey, Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive is number 3.
Okay, all right.
Nice. So you got by far the closest.
You win the showcase.
Marissa, I don't see what's going on.
Get out of here.
You got to be... Well, I guess, listen, because I was going to say, you got to be pretty ballsy to pull that song out and do some Marvin Gaye. But
Oh, no. I'm sorry. When she wakes in the morning.
yeah.
What's
up?
What's up?
From
What's
4
Up,
Non
yeah.
Blondes. That one's on there, and that's number 19.
I was
thinking,
wondering,
what's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah,
I'm like, wow, you've got to be good.
yeah. And that's pretty heavy, too.
That's a heavy song
lyrically.
about racial strife in the
Yeah.
South. Wow, that doesn't seem like a karaoke song.
Kathy, Respect is number 16 on the
Okay.
list. So you guys did well. But see, I was with you. I thought
Yeah.
Sweet Caroline would absolutely be in there, but it is not.
What about Brick by Ben Folds 5?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's about an abortion.
About an abortion, taking your girlfriend for an abortion.
Yeah. That's good.
Come on, everybody.
Hey!
She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly.
It's a good song. How about We've Got Tonight?
All right, so number 1, I think you guys will be surprised.
Oh, it sounds it,
to hear. Number 1 is, Casey, have this ready to go.
Oh, I do.
If you would, please.
I do.
Hit it, fellas.
Let's go, girl.
That's Kathy's.
That is the number 1 karaoke song according to Billboard. Now I don't
Feel Like
know
a Woman.
I don't know what their
How they got
metrics were to try and figure out why it's number 1, but they did.
The most karaoke bars.
That's a good question.
You know, if they're more down south.
I wonder if TikTok has any sway over this, because this song is trending high on TikTok.
Is it?
Well,
Yeah.
it may be trending because of this list came out on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
So I'll bet you that's why it is. But number 2 on the list is I Want It That Way by Backstreet Boys.
Okay.
Okay.
You can totally see that.
Then maybe you could do what's going on.
Number 3 is I Will Survive from Gloria Gaynor. Number 4, now here you go, Bohemian Rhapsody.
Yeah.
From Queen. Yep.
Even though that, what is the karaoke version of that like? Are you called upon to do the opera?
I can't imagine. That's got it.
Pretty taxing.
I would imagine that probably plays as well.
Right,
And
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
sings along. So I don't know, man. That's a good question.
When I say
It's a good song.
Number 5, and I wish Nick was here because Lady Gaga and Bradley Cooper.
Yes.
Shallow.
Oh my God! Seriously?
Which Nick thought was Shiloh, as in the Battle of Shiloh, the Civil War.
And also a good song, but that's gonna kill the mood in a bar.
I know, but it's a duet. So if you get
2 people,
you got to
Yeah.
think about duets because sometimes that does happen.
People like to do that.
Which,
yeah.
by the way, wasn't that the name of that movie? That karaoke movie, Duets?
Yes, with Huey Lewis was in it.
I actually like that movie.
It is a good movie.
Gwyneth Paltrow and Paul Giamatti
Yeah.
and Andre Braugher,
Yeah.
and it's a loose, stupid concept.
Yeah.
But I liked
It
that
works.
movie. Yeah. All right. Then
The
you
Kids
have,
in the Hall did a great skit about karaoke night.
Okay.
And about that's my song. It's
Well,
hilarious.
listen, I worked karaoke night at McGillen's Old Ale House for, I feel like it was at least a year. First of all, DJ Joe C had the best karaoke catalog of like any karaoke night I had ever. I mean, he had thousands and thousands of songs. He had and so he had a really great catalog.
Right.
But people went there who they thought they were superstars.
Right.
You know?
It is kind of wild to watch that. There was a great documentary about when it was really hitting, when it was at the top of its popularity, and the people
Right.
who it really became everything to them.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Alanis Morissette, You Ought to Know.
What?
So, especially
Kathy, sing it.
happy for you.
Come on, guys.
the best for you both.
I know the version of me. She preferred it like me.
Will she go down on you in a theater?
Remember when they bleeped that?
Yes,
Yeah.
go down on you.
Yeah.
That part, yeah. But I mean, it's got a great chorus, and so you can see everybody getting into it. All right, number 7 is Nicki Minaj, Super Bass.
I don't even know that one.
She's a super bass, super bass. She's super basic.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's Super Bass. Maybe it's about fishing.
Super fish, super fish. She's super fishing.
Number 8, here you go, is an ultimate sing-along song, Friends in Low Places. Garth Brooks.
You know the hidden verse too?
No.
Oh, that's the classic for karaoke when you whip out the hidden verse.
Well,
I
what
don't
is it?
remember. I don't remember it.
You bring it up and you don't know what it is.
Tease us like that.
You know how to solve the puzzle, don't you? No.
Every
I
Lower
don't.
Marion firefighter out there right now is yelling at me for forgetting it.
Number 9 is Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yes.
Which,
Total
Slow
eclipse
song,
of the...
though.
yeah.
Turn around, bright eyes.
Number 10 is Brandy and Monica, The Boy Is Mine.
I remember
Boy
that.
is mine.
I don't know it.
Do you guys know it?
No.
It was
I
a
do.
duet.
Yeah, that was back, but
1998, it says.
yeah. I don't know why that would be top of the. Okay.
All right.
Me.
Well,
There's a lot of
again,
this that doesn't make sense.
again, if it's a duet. So number 11 is a duet. Elton John and Kiki D, Don't Go Breaking My Heart.
Don't go breaking my heart.
That's a pretty classic, man and woman back and forth song. So I
Yeah.
could see that. Number 12 is Kelly Clarkson's Since You've Been Gone.
Yeah.
I can breathe for the first time.
I guarantee you.
Yeah.
You'll hear more voices cracking during that one, right? Yeah.
Speaking of voices cracking, Stephen, we were in Ireland the first time we did our show live from there. We were in a bar and they had a karaoke setup, and a guy started to sing. I think it was a One from U2. And so it starts off in a lower register, but at some point Bono starts going for it, and this guy had to switch. He had to drop an octave, and I felt bad for the guy because you could tell he had never sung at karaoke before, and he was doing pretty good until it hit that higher part.
You're like, oh man.
Oh no, I didn't know that was
way
gonna
more
happen.
than I could
Jesus,
do.
no.
All right, this is Rochelle's jam.
Okay.
This is the one. And anytime if we're in a car and it comes on the radio,
I know what it is.
there's two songs.
Go ahead.
That she will not only sing, but she will sing to you. And they're just total women anthems.
Oh.
So I'll give it to you.
Wait.
Okay, what?
No, all right, go ahead.
It's the-
I can't think of the
it's
name
the
of the song.
stripper
You know he likes the bitch one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good. That one?
No. Okay, that's another one.
Yeah, she likes that one.
What
which
is this?
Crazy Bitch.
Crazy bitch.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
Yes.
Loves that one, but also Carrie Underwood, Before He Cheats. There you go.
About how wrong that is.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And everybody's like,
Yeah.
thousands of dollars. Yeah.
She has destroyed his car, which the guy probably uses for his living. I don't know.
Yeah.
His pretty little souped-up four-wheel drive.
I sold that a long time ago.
Oh, Jesus.
Why'd he cheat on her? He deserved it.
Oh, sure.
And so she breaks the law. He may have broken a moral issue, but he didn't break the law.
So I killed your mother
Yeah.
and I shot your dog.
That's why I stick to my
She doesn't stop. That's the hidden verse, by the way, Marissa. That's the secret verse.
And
When
I
she goes,
poisoned the water supply.
she goes to the house, kills his mother and dog,
God.
and goes on a 3-state murder spree.
I drove a bulldozer through your house.
All right, number 14 on the top 100, and we're not doing all 100. We're going to do 20.
Don't do all 100.
Number 14 is Cyndi Lauper, Girls Just Want to Have Fun.
Yeah, that's an obvious.
Another good anthem. Number 15 is Celine Dion, It's All Coming Back to Me Now.
Okay.
All
Do you know that
coming
song?
Back. It's all coming back to me now.
No,
No,
you're
that's
right.
not that- no.
Hold on a
Isn't
second.
it?
Yeah.
Am I
point
that bad?
Yes, I want to point something out. You are so, like, the rest of us when we're singing, we're like, lean into the microphone.
Yeah.
You start pushing the mic.
Because I'm a terrible singer, and I'm trying not to get this isolated.
We're gonna. It's all coming back to me now. That's how
Yeah.
it goes.
Okay.
I don't know what you're saying.
Whatever.
All right.
It's coming back.
Number 16 on the list is R-E-S-P-C-T.
Yes.
Find out what it means to me. R-E-S-P-C-T. Take care, TCB. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me.
So, Kathy, you got that one, but
Yes.
that's further down on the list. I would have agreed with you. I would have thought that was top
Bumped
5.
it up a little more, yeah.
Number 17 is Living on a Prayer from Bon Jovi.
I was going to say there's got to be a Bon Jovi song on there.
Always get the crowd
Yeah.
going with that one.
What's it?
No problem.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh,
You can't
who
go home.
says you can't go home?
I think that.
I love that
I like
song.
that one.
But Living on a Prayer with, oh, we're halfway there. Oh,
Yeah.
living on a prayer.
But you need everybody to sing along with you on that one.
Because that goes way up
Yeah.
high.
Otherwise, you're like, I thought you guys were going to sing along with me.
I blew out a nut.
Number 18 is a song that was beat to death when it came out, but is still a top karaoke song. And it's Call Me Maybe from Carly Rae Jepsen.
Oh, yeah.
You could not escape that
Yeah.
song.
Yeah. And that was at the start of, like, viral video haven in 2011. And everybody was doing videos and things to that. So number 19 is Marissa's What's Up, 4 Non Blondes. That's another one, if you dare to try it. on your own. Make sure that you can hit those notes.
Is Walk Like an Egyptian on the list?
Not in the top 20.
Okay, yeah.
The last one is Love Shack from B-58.
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
That's an easy one,
That's a good one.
to get going. So, yeah, I thought that was kind of a fun little thing to kick around. So, Billboard has announced their top 100 karaoke songs. Bit more.
A little more junk.
And then we're going to have to move on because I got to B-File. Here we go. Got one.
Oh, yeah.
A recent study has revealed that a staggering 7.4 million people could be pleasuring themselves during the work hours.
Yeah. I just did.
This is in the United Kingdom, by the way, in a survey of 2,000 people.
Oh, that was an extraordinarily good tug.
Now, back to the accounting.
They discovered that 14% have pleasured themselves during work. They also found that men are 3 more times likely to take advantage of the time spent.
In fact, I would have thought it would have been 10 times as likely.
Working from home.
All right, so this is something I was I was talking to our sales manager.
Don't come in, I'm busy.
I'll be on in a minute.
Not about this, but just about the general idea of like, okay, how many people do you think are having in the world are having sex right now? And really,
7.
it all comes now. It's about 1.7 million are actually having sex right now at this moment.
That's crazy.
And because it all comes down to mathematics. So this little, I don't know if that's a study or whatever, but if you were to just do the simple math of it all, and you start with the number of people in this world,
right,
and then the number of how many times people do it a day versus how many times and then you can.
Well, that's how they arrive at this. Yeah,
and that's how you can whittle that down. So you could, so you can say, all right, how many people do you think are actually having sex right now?
Well, there's also you have to take it. I think there are subsections to this. Are you, for example, are we talking an office setting? Are we talking if you
this says just during work hours.
Right,
It doesn't say necessarily at work. So you might zip out for lunch real quick and rub one out. I don't know. But furthermore, a third of higher earners with a salary, and this is in pounds, because it was a British study, 35,000 to 45,000 pounds are more likely to pleasure themselves. A further 27% of 25 to 34-year-olds also confessed to doing it, followed by 18% of 35 to 44-year-olds.
We'll talk about that new proposal when I get back from my tugging break.
The overarching reason for doing so was that it helped people relieve stress during the working day. And it's apparently a concept that a Barcelona company swears by. Adult entertainment company Erica Lust Films has introduced a unique form of timeout in
ever heard of jerkmate?
In the form of spank breaks.
So wouldn't it be wild if now you walk in the building and there's a bunch of people pleasuring themselves by the front exit?
Yeah, instead of smoking.
Yeah.
You thought it was awkward when you went to the bathroom and someone was. Now you got to deal with this.
Right. I can't stand walking out. I can't say the word, but yeah.
So the 30-minute breaks aim to normalize the activity and achieve less aggression and more productivity in the workplace.
And there's like 50 people outside jerking it.
To the CEO.
Imagine if Bill came into a meeting and was like, listen, guys, I really want you to take a spank break.
The CEO explained that the company have it says a rota. And while it's obviously not mandatory to embrace the benefit, each member of staff schedules their self-love breaks to avoid overlapping.
Anybody want to join me for a jerk?
They simply book their 30-minute slot around meeting hours and enjoy from the comfort of their homes. But that's for working at home. But the office has its own dedicated space.
It's so dumb.
In the form of a small, intimate chapel, complete with a bed, mirror, erotic paintings,
hell out of
I
here.
wouldn't go.
And warm ambient lighting to help get in the mood.
I wouldn't go anywhere near that room.
Well, I mean, here's the deal. Like, are you more inclined to do that if now you have a designated time to do it?
No.
Or are you just going to do it when you do? Like, listen.
when the mood hits you.
Casey, it's like the lunch break. Like, not everybody actually eats lunch on their lunch break.
Right. Some
When I
people
found
go
out-
out and take a nap in the. You can do whatever you want for your lunch break, right? You get your half hour, your hour. Do it. Some people might actually, you know, do that on their lunch break.
I'm sorry. What was? Oh, they might.
Yeah, they might actually do that on their lunch. Is it?
When I found out Red Robin was coming in today, I ran down to the bathroom.
So a couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine, I'm not going to say where she works, but a friend of mine sent me a picture. And I guess there's a bathroom that mainly the guys use at work. She works in like a male dominated industry.
Right,
and so
yeah.
she's one of the only females there. And she doesn't use this specific bathroom. And so she sent me a picture of it. I'll have to hand it over to you.
Oh,
But
my
above
God, yeah.
the toilet is the collage that we did.
Oh my God!
No, it's our
It's our
calendar. girls.
calendar. Our
It's our
calendar?
calendar.
That's funny.
Oh my
way.
goodness.
I was like, oh, so everybody's spanking it when they go to the bathroom at work?
And they're checking the dates. It is a 2020 calendar.
2021.
The Trocadero, when that was around in the men's bathroom, it was so great. At the urinals, they had peepholes.
Yes, they did.
And you would look into this little hole, and then there was a little picture of a naked woman in there. It was great. Yeah, you don't remember that?
Yes.
Oh, it was a
hilarious.
throwback thing.
I
thought it was funny.
That place was so awesome in that they embraced their dilapidatedness.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, and I think it used to be a burlesque
Yeah.
theater, so I think that was a little throwback to that, but I thought that was pretty funny.
I love that. So where was the weirdest job location? Have you ever done it?
In the car while driving.
Yes,
While
likewise. On the way to a
Yeah,
stand-up
taking like
gig.
an hours long drive, and I'm like, speaking of no one's looking. But yeah, and
night.
listen, I'll freely admit it. I had it way long time ago. I did it at work.
Where?
Yeah.
Here?
No, not here.
No.
Long time ago.
Bill's office.
Because I worked overnights. I worked every shift on the clock. And overnights,
You're the only one in the building.
you're the only one there. And what the hell, you know? It happened a couple
And
times.
what's going on is playing on the
And so, how about you? Strangest place?
in the car, and then in an inventory room.
Okay.
Yeah,
Casey?
at a let's just say pop your catalog company.
Casey?
Kathy's bathroom, probably.
When you stopped over one time. Oh, my God.
In her kitchen sink.
Hey, you
No,
know what
yeah.
happened on my
Your
couch in my
is
living
right.
room.
That's right.
Well, you don't really.
No,
have
I don't
one?
do that.
Okay.
I've never done that my
All right.
entire life.
Oh, shut up.
You could go blind.
Did you just get a text and your mom is listening right now?
Yeah.
You're my favorite little boy. You'll always be my little angel. Because you don't do disgusting things like those other boys you work with.
Those other boys.
Oh, my God.
Your moms aren't here to listen.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And your daughters aren't in the car listening as well.
Listen, I wouldn't care. It's
Wow,
true.
Daddy does it all.
All right. Listen, I'm looking at the clock. We got to get to you, Hulu's. So we got to wrap up the junk drawer for the day. But we certainly appreciate you being a part of it this morning. When we come back, the Bizarre File, and yes, your first opportunity for $1,000 with MMR's You Hulu. We also have guests who are going to be joining us, including Beverly D'Angelo.
Love that.
She will be on the show. Wrestler Bailey will be here, and comedian Michael Palisak will be joining us too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
To the stage, and while Joe was addressing the crowd, I talked to the gentleman. I go, yo, man, I'm so sorry. I go, listen, sometimes I have no chill. And he was so cool. He goes, dude, he's like, you were fine. He's like, he's like, I want to hear the rest of the story.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
I'm like, this guy, you're
Was
lying.
he
but
texting
thank
while he
you.
said that?
No. I'm like, you're lying, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. And
you know
then
how sometimes we have these events and there's the person who's in charge of making sure that the other person's okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the publicist did that on Joe's behalf and he didn't care at all. You know, like
there's a good chance that was the case.
and
Like I said, I
she's
wasn't
just trying to put up a barrier and you know, get out in front of a situation because I've been at these things before and I've been at them with you. and you're just friendly and you're you. You know, you're totally fine. But every now and then, somebody gets weirded out.
You're speaking the truth. 9 times out of 10, it is not the celebrity who has put these restrictions on. It is the handler.
Or it could be like that scene in The Running Man where Richard Dawson, the guy who mops over his feet, and he goes, "Hey, you're doing a great job." And he walks in the other room. If that a-hole is working here, later on today, you're going to be mopping the floor. But is there a chance maybe we could see about getting Joe on to talk to him and just say,
"Hey, are we okay?" I'm really sorry.
I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to interview him anyway,
I would too.
but,
I really would love to have an opportunity to press.
Well, go through the Disney rep. She was impressed.
Yeah, I know. No, here's the deal. If we were to get Joe on, he's not gonna be like, he's gonna be very diplomatic in that. But
Casey, I have had more moments in my life like that where I've walked out of a room and just felt horrible about myself for whatever way I reacted or have just presented myself, and it's a common thing, you know. I mean,
I told you guys about this.
It lives in you.
Yeah, it does.
I told you guys about this, and I'll just call it an argument that I had in a Wawa parking lot too long ago. And I felt worse about this encounter than I did about that encounter. Like, I really did. I felt worse about myself.
And that one almost came to blows.
No, it did.
Yeah.
It did. And I won't go into details, but I will let everybody know that I was in the wrong to begin with. But I had a very similar experience on Saturday night at the Fish concert. I was talking to a gentleman named Dave who he was telling me about these guys that were standing behind me, and one of the guys just so happens to be a guitarist of a band that I actually just started listening to, and I was like, what?
Pretzels!
I'm like, oh my God, Corey Wall!
Pretzels! I like pretzels! Do you like pretzels?
You ever had a Wetzel's pretzel? No. So the guy's name's Corey Wong, and he's the guitarist for a band Wolfpack. And
I love Wolfpack.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do I. And I started going a little bit off the rails. And then Dave, who introduced us, he sort of had to qualify, hey, this guy is the producer for the #1 morning show in Philadelphia. Yeah. And that's what he says. And I'm like, oh, man.
I did it again.
I'm doing it again. I'm like, he's totally he's saying to this guy, this dude's not just although I am.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, all right, let's reel it back a little bit. But this one time when you did this, no. So I tried to reel it back.
Pretzel bread. I like bread. So listen,
I didn't feel as
you
bad about
probably
that
felt
encounter.
it was worse than it was because now you were hyper aware of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure it wasn't that bad.
It's challenging though too, because when you're with friends, when you're with loved ones, everybody smiles and nods and it's cool. When you're with strangers or somebody you've never met before, it changes the dynamic. And you have no idea what was going through Joe Keery's head. I'm sure he's fine and probably hasn't thought about it since then.
Right. Well, and
or that's the subject of his new movie.
Now, I've also been on the receiving end of a few of these experiences, right? You know, people listen to the show and they're huge fans. Or, somebody will introduce me to somebody who clearly doesn't listen to the show, and that's fine, too. And now these people have to act like, oh, yeah. And I'm like, you don't have to.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. You don't have to listen. I know you don't, and it's fun. But because of that, because of my experience that I had with Joe Keery, and to anybody, if you want to come up and say hi to me at a restaurant or a Wawa or where, please do it.
Absolutely.
Because the deal is, I don't have a job if it's not for you that's listening right now. It's just, it's as simple as that. All these great luxuries that I'm able to provide for my family are a direct result of you in your car or your home or your office or whatever listening to me right now. And so, same thing for you, Joe Keery. No. Pretzels!
Wouldn't it be great if you guys open up a pretzel franchise, you and Joe Keery? You know?
I just want to own it by myself.
Local broadcasters open up a Wetzel's Pretzels with one of the stars of Stranger Things.
This is my thing. This is not Joe Keery's thing. This is my thing. And
let's try to find a bridge.
No, there is no bridge. And you know what? And so at the very end of the night, an asteroid hit and we all died.
Right.
There you go.
So the worst part of this whole story, guys, is once I got done introducing the film and I walked out of the movie theater, I went to go to Wetzel's Pretzels because I wanted to buy some more to bring home to my family.
They were closed.
It was closed!
Well,
was like, what did you do with all those extra pretzels that were in the display case?
When was the last time? When was the last time you remember an all-night pretzel place?
It wasn't that late.
Hey,
it wasn't even 8 o'clock.
Was it as quickly when they introduced you to Joe? Was it as quickly? Hey man, how you doing? Hey, have you ever had Wetzel's pretzels before? Was it that quick?
It was pretty close.
Yeah,
it was pretty damn close.
That I
I've
think
seen
is
you do that before.
Yeah.
I've seen you do that type of thing where it's like, and I know what you're doing. You're just looking to have a normal conversation.
It's an
with someone,
icebreaker.
You're gonna charm them.
All right. Well, anyhow, we have to take a break, I think, right?
No, we do. As a matter of fact,
because otherwise I would go to these calls, but we have to.
No, we got to take a break.
The regional manager, Wetzel's Pretzels, is on.
Santa's got to go.
He's
Pretzels got to go.
The Northeast region and wants to talk to you about franchise opportunities.
Listen, the closest one here is at the Fashion District. I already checked, and they're in North Jersey, but that's the only one that is around here.
All right.
So
I can't believe the winner in all of this is Wetzel's Pretzels.
Right, big time.
You know?
You kidding me? And you got to swing this bigger for me.
All right. Yes, slower too. A slower cadence. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah. Oh! You got 2! Yeah! And he's getting prepared again. He's like a panther waiting to pounce. He jumps in. 2, 3, 3. Ah! 3! And he's doing the Irish jig. All right. Casey's spying his time. He's in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow. Go.
That's how people die in this sport. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And here we go. This is where it all comes together. All those years of yoga. 2, 3. Yes! Yes! I'd give that 4. I'd give that 4.
Right. Yeah. Squirrels have been laying down flat on their stomachs with their legs stretched out behind them and in front of them. Apparently, this slows them to a complete stop in the soaring temperatures. And though these small mammals might look like they're in stealth mode, it turns out they're trying to cool off. And Steve, it's called splooting.
Splooting.
Yes, squirrels have been splooting all over Texas.
Oh yeah.
And an expert said it's.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
He's gonna sploot.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna sploot.
I'm gonna sploot.
Ladies and gentlemen, John Dornbach is joining us. Good day, John.
Rockstar, thanks for having me.
No problem, man. Anytime, bud. So, dude, it's how long since you've been and performed Magic live? Has there been a pause on that, or we know you haven't been in the area performing in a little while?
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half, right? So we're just getting up and going and excited to do so.
I have to ask you because I mentioned this to Casey. I watched the series Hacks with Gene Smart, which I thought was very funny. You appear in that, correct? That's you as the magician in one scene, correct?
Yeah, it was one of those things where HBO called and they're like, "Hey, HBO Max," and the director's like, "Hey, we need a magician. Gene Smart's this comedian, and will you play yourself?" And I was like, "Wait a minute. So what you're telling me is you want me to be on an HBO Max HBO show as myself?" Yeah, I think I can make that happen.
Right. No, it was a cool scene because there was a big party and she's at this palatial estate, and Caitlin Olsen was there as well. And but that was, you had to be shooting that during COVID restrictions and stuff like that, right? Was there a whole bunch of, I mean, the party seemed packed, but I'm sure they took extra precautions.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, it's the insurance companies, right? So a ton of precaution. It's funny because it's like 6 seconds, right? It was like 5 days, you know what I mean? But it's like you get 6 seconds. What was really, really cool is when I used to play for the Bills, Chris McDonald, who's an actor in a ton of stuff. I love his stuff. He was Shooter McGavin and
yeah, he's great.
He's from upstate New York, so he would go to a lot of games. So him and I would hang out like way back in the day. And so when I sat next to him, I was like, "Hey, Chris." He's like, "Hey, what's going on?" I'm Chris. I'm like, "Dude, Dornbach, long snapper, Bills." He was like, "Oh my god!" It's kind of we got to hang out for a few days, and he's such a nice guy.
He seems like a great dude.
Well, your beard is more pronounced right now, so maybe that was part of it too.
Well, it's called children. The Grays are coming in. Give it a good shout out, you know?
How many kids do you have now?
Yeah, one. I should have said child.
Oh, okay.
But a split personality. Yeah.
But my wife takes care of me too, so she has children.
Yeah, she's got two.
Hey, John, when you're putting together your act, your show, and I haven't seen, you've performed for us many times here in the studio, but I've never gone to your actual live show. What's it like? Because there's various types of magicians. There are people who put on a big, lots of pyrotechnics and effects, and there's people, the ones that I find more impressive are the ones who are mainly doing sleight of hand and really blowing you away with their storytelling and all the stuff that goes along with that. What's your style?
Well, perfect intro, because lucky for you, I'm a storyteller, sleight of hand, and we do some big stuff. So I'm really proud of the show. It's my life story. And so it's the ups and downs that I've had through life, the magic that I found along the way that got me out of it. It's inspiring. It's motivating. Look, we do some mind-blowing magic, obviously, because that's what I love to do. But I promise you, it's not like this gratuitous magic show where you just dance around and want to be David Copperfield. I love that. I just don't want to be that.
Right.
It's funny because the first... I grew up with like Blackstone the Magician and all these, and Houdini, obviously, and all this stuff. And there was that sort of presentation, the presentation where there was a narrative that would start to move in, where there was a story told through the magic, started to happen, I guess. Maybe it was Doug Henning, one of the first, who kind of did like a connected narrative with the magic. Is that correct, John?
Yeah. And Lance Burton did an interview way back when, and it was basically like the hardest part about magic is to get people to care. If I do a dove routine, why do people care?
Right.
And my style has always just gone towards telling personal experience and life stories that obviously, so when you tell a personal story, people connect to it, people relate to it, and then people start thinking about things in their life that are similar, right? And so it's a way to trigger. And then all of a sudden you do magic and it breaks down this barrier, this wall, and people become vulnerable like kids. And so now what you say to me is 10 times more impactful. Look, I'm a big fan of your show. I'm a big fan of rock and roll. I wanted to be a rock star. I can't sing, I can't dance, I can't play an instrument. Check that off the old box.
Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
Word is give. Give. We're going to give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can text the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. And one random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules are at WMMR.com. So again, the word is give. Give. Go for it, and let's get you some money. We're going to take a look at traffic while you're doing that. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
There's an accident on the Commodore Barry Bridge. So the accident is in the eastbound direction. You're stopped from 95 to the downside of the bridge, but the westbound side, you're also stopped at the from the toll plaza to the midspan. So people taking a look at this accident that's happening on the Commodore Barry Bridge, both directions being affected this morning.
That's like one of my nightmares is to get in an accident on one of those bridges. Oh my God. It's horrible. Be the worst.
Right.
Yeah. Everyone around you, though, will love you for that.
Right, exactly. Yes.
295 northbound jams from 42 to 30, and then from 47 to the 42 freeway. We have 55 northbound, volume from Deptford to the 42 freeway, and then on 42 north, it's still 55 to 295. Schuylkill Expressway eastbound is backing up 202 into Belmont, and then from the Boulevard to the Vine, westbound, Vare Avenue to the Vine, City to Belmont, and then again at Conshohocken, Blue Route northbound. Slows 95 to McDade Boulevard, Baltimore Pike to the Media Bypass, and then on the Boulevard, southbound, you're slow from Broad to Wissahickon. That's through the long-term construction project. The roadway reduced to 2 lanes. This traffic report brought to you by Wawa Club Sandwiches. At Wawa, there's a club for everyone. Try the Turkey BLT Club or the new Italian Club. Find yours today. Gotta have a Wawa. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. We're going to play our Friday song before we get to the B-file, but while we're doing that, and you're listening to that wonderful song from Froggy, you can call in, and if you're caller number 12, I'll give you a $50 Red Robin gift card.
Red Robin?
Yum. 215-263-WMMR. By the way, listen to this. Listen to what they brought by here today. The new Red Robin pretzel bacon beer cheese burger.
Oh, I should try that.
You mean another one?
Oh, yeah.
fire-grilled beef burger topped with cheddar cheese, hardwood smoked bacon, and mayo on a toasted pretzel bun, served with New Belgian fat tire beer cheese fondue for dipping, and bottomless steak fries. That's ridiculous. Oh, my God.
Now, everyone talks about Jonah Salk.
Right.
Whoever invented these,
Yeah.
that's the real hero.
All right, so caller number 12, we'll set you up with that $50 gift certificate from Red Robin, 215-263 WMMR. It's Friday, people. Here we go. Yes, it is. Thank you, Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. We will start with this story. Okay. A British man issued a plea to his community to please, for the sake of decency and art, stop humping his shrub.
What?
Keith Tyson has been maintaining the shrub named Gloria since 2010. And once you see her, you'll understand why he's having problems keeping drunken louts off of his property.
This is Gloria.
It's a topiary, and it's in the shape of a woman lying back, okay?
But what do you expect?
And so...
I mean, come on.
The not infrequent encounters with random strangers is problematic for multiple reasons. On one hand, the noise made by fornicating with his hedge wakes the elderly man up in the middle of the night.
You're gonna be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
But even worse...
Oh, yes, you're going to be my regular Saturday night thing.
Is the havoc that it wreaks on Gloria's figures. Keith Tyson says someone will squeeze the breasts, so that will damage it. He said she's been manipulated in the night by some drunken lout, and I thought she looked rather disparaging, so I took this plastic white string of beads and I put it around her neck to boost her morale.
So he gave her pearls.
He did give her pearls.
Made her even sexier.
But people are still banging his shrub, so he's asking you to please stop doing
Are
that.
any of the other plants having their way with her? Or
Just
no?
just
Just
Gloria.
humans, huh?
Yeah. When a man's body bag was unzipped the day after it had arrived at a morgue, staff were greeted by an unsettling, strange sight. There was fresh blood on the man's hospital gown from a skin tear on his arm, and two of his limbs had moved from their original position. Oh, and yes, his eyes were open.
Oh, my God!
The state coroner's office in Perth, Australia, is now investigating alarming claims from a doctor that the 55-year-old man may have been taken to the hospital morgue while he was still alive. The horror story continues.
That's what a nightmare for people. You know, that claustrophobic.
Oh, yeah.
That's right out of Edgar Allan Poe.
This concerns the final hours of Kevin Reed, a patient who was in palliative care at the Rockingham Hospital. It came to light after the concerned physician also claimed that hospital officials asked him to backdate Reed's death certificate in an apparent bid to cover up the incident. An anonymous doctor's report said, I believe the frank blood from a new skin tear, arm position, and eye signs were inconsistent with the person who was post-mortem on arrival at the morgue. It's alleged that he was placed in the body bag on the night of September 5th without a death certificate having been issued. Other staff of the hospital reportedly confirmed that his eyes had been closed. He had been dressed in a clean gown before being taken to the hospital's morgue, where a doctor performed his examination, recorded the death. The discrepancy was spotted by a funeral director who questioned the hospital as to why the death certificate Reed died on September 6th, when the night before his family members were present at the hospital and were told that their loved one had died.
They also found some finished Sudoku puzzles in there, too.
Oh, no. So he's apparently, the family is looking into some kind of charges.
I mean, how do you make good on that?
Yeah. A New York City man has been charged with smuggling 3 Burmese pythons in his pants at a U.S.-Canadian border crossing. Calvin Bautista.
Oh my God, he's packing.
Calvin Bautista is accused of bringing the hidden snakes on a bus that crossed into northern New York. And importation of Burmese pythons is regulated by an international treaty and by federal regulations listing them as injurious and harm to human beings.
How big is this network of animals? You have a story every other week.
Yeah, Bautista was arraigned on federal smuggling charges and released pending trial. And there's a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison and a fine as high as $250,000.
Do you think they're getting good enough to smuggle in big cats?
Maybe someday.
Yeah. There's a cheetah in your pants.
Here's a follow-up story. A towering 430-foot free-fall ride in Florida from which a 14-year-old boy plunged to his death in March is going to be torn down in response to the tragedy.
I remember this story.
Free-fall ride at Orlando's Icon Park had been declared a danger to public health, safety, and welfare and was shut down shortly after middle schooler Tyree Sampson slipped from the harness as the ride, which takes riders higher than the Statue of Liberty, rapidly descended on March 24th. The ride's operator, Richie Armstrong, said that he and the others remain devastated by Tyree's death. He said, "We have listened to the wishes of Tyree's family and the community and have made the decision to take down the free fall. In addition, Orlando Slingshot will honor Tyree and his legacy in the classroom and on the football field by creating a scholarship in his name. Details about the scholarship and the ride's removal date will be shared at a later date." Armstrong said an attorney for Tyree's family did not immediately respond to a request for comment this past
What was the name of that ride, Preston? It was a slide, like Schlitt or something, or
Schlitterbahn,
right. And that, like, the first couple of days it was open, a kid launched off of it.
Yeah, and was
and they tore it down. Yeah,
decapitated.
Right.
Yeah. So this is another snake story, a little bit different than the other one. In the world of boutique snake breeding,
which is a wonderful world.
Well, apparently it's pretty lucrative.
Really?
A guy named Ben Rennick was a rock star. The unique color combinations and patterns that he produced at Rennick Reptiles in rural New Florence, Missouri, created designer pets that could sell for upwards of $100,000.
Holy hell.
That's according to his friend and fellow breeder, David Levinson.
I'm going to start painting my cats.
But reptiles can also be dangerous. When on June 8th, Ben's wife, Lynn Lee, called Ben's brother and screamed that she'd found Ben face down at the breeding facility in a pool of blood. Sam Rennick raced over and reached the most logical conclusion. He said, "My brother's skull was crushed." This is in a 911 call. "In my wildest dreams, I would have never imagined someone would hurt Ben." With Lindley at his side, Sam told 911 it had to have been a snake. But he hadn't been strangled by a reptile. The coroner told Sam on the spot he's been shot 8 times.
What? Snakes don't have hands.
At least once in the head. Rumored tensions between the brothers over money and possible sale of the family farm at first pointed investigators to Sam, and Lindley didn't dissuade them either. He said the seed was definitely planted early, that he had something to do with it, according to Levinson, whom Lindley quickly asked to maintain and then helped to downsize Ben's 3,000 reptile stock of animals, which included prized ball pythons that could fetch more than $1 million.
Well, there's your reason for that.
But investigators soon turned to another suspect, and that was Lindley herself, his wife. The couple's relationship was troubled. Lindley soon acknowledged an affair, and then a second one with a man who she began seeing just days before Ben's murder. The day prior to the shooting, Lindley had also deleted social media exchanges with Ben that revealed his mistrust in their fights over money, as Lindley had fallen deep into debt from a spa business she opened a year earlier. Meanwhile, another of Lindley's ex-boyfriends, Michael Humphrey, I'm sorry, I got to zip through this, there's a lot, came to the attention of investigators. Lindley would later claim that she had enlisted Humphrey to accompany her to the snake breeding facility where she planned to break up with Ben on the day that he was killed. She had different intentions. Lindley feared that if she and Ben wound up in a divorce, she might lose custody of the child they had together, along with access to Ben's $1 million life insurance policy and proceeds from the sale of his business and property. In court, Lindley testified she didn't know that Humphrey had a gun with him. They both blamed the other one for firing the fatal shots. Jurors found them both guilty. Humphrey was sentenced to life in prison. Lindley was sentenced to 16 years in prison. Pretty interesting story.
I hope Kim Kardashian does this on her podcast, Preston. Her murder mystery podcast.
Crime podcast.
Yeah.
All right, and there you go. That's your bizarre file. 1 minute left, roughly, to text over the word GIVE for MMR's Yoo-Hoo Loot. So make sure you do that now. GIVE. You can do it real quick. Just pull out your phone. Make sure you pull over if you're driving. 45911. Text that over. All right. GIVE is the word, because we want to give you that $1,000. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we start some guests in the program. So make sure you stay with us. We'll be gone shortly. John, did you happen to see a special on Hulu called In and of Itself with a guy named Derek Delgaudio?
First of all, huge fan of Delgaudio. I'm like the only magician that has not seen this yet. I have no excuse. I've been wanting to see this. I heard it's phenomenal.
It's just really super unique, and that's what I think is really cool about, you know, taking what you do and putting a unique spin on it. And he's very much tells the story of his life as well during that show.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make a promise to the Preston and Steve show. I will be watching it tonight.
Okay, all right.
Nice.
But it's similar in your life story, which has so many. I mean, if you were to just get up and do a TED Talk about your life, that alone would be interesting. You have such rich fodder to draw upon for the magic. But as you start to develop a show and change it and alter it, and add illusions and tricks or whatever you like to refer to them as, where do you get the opportunity to go do that? Do you have a warehouse, or do you have, not that you're like David Copperfield making planes disappear or whatever, but do you have an actual lab or something that you go to where you work on this stuff?
Yeah, I have a lab. It's my house at Oak Brook Circle. And
That's it.
And that little garage over there on the side that we don't quite use, that we don't know what to do with the lawnmower, so we shove it in there.
And it's that simple. You just go in and a room in your house and.
Yeah, you know what? I got a great creative team, and so you know, Blake Voigt, Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia is the guy behind David Blaine, all his TV stuff for years and years.
Well,
we're really good friends. Yeah, we're good friends. But what these people are really good at is when us three get in a room and we jam. It's like songwriting, right? Some people just gel, and it's important to know one another's style, and so they kind of get my style. And we just create stuff, which is fun.
You know, it's funny because so many musicians and magicians, and the words sound very similar, by the way. But you know, you'll take a chord progression and turn it a little bit and make it something new. And I get that impression as being the same with magicians. Okay, there's this old style trick. We're going to turn it, do this, put this narrative behind it, and make it something new. Is that a large part of what you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's like music. There's like 5 chords. Am I right?
Yeah.
I should know this. Six chords. Well, magic, there's 5 things you can do, and I should probably know these 5. You can disappear, you can reappear, you can change, and there's like 2 other things you can do.
Right.
So it's taking a spin on that.
You're getting a little too intricate for us.
Well, let me ask you. I was expecting manipulation. Some of these other
you change, you disappear, you come back, and then there's 3 other things.
2 other things.
So, all right. So there have been some in the magic world. There have been some constants, obviously, but there has been new variables over the years in technology and stuff. And over the last year, with being able to do things via Zoom and virtually, has that presented itself any new opportunities for you?
Yeah, so you know, in the Zoom world, which is here we are. I did a lot of like keynotes. Believe it or not, the virtual keynote speaking market was out of this world, right? And so I'd be able to do tricks through Zoom, which is kind of cool. I created a few things. Now it's a completely different medium. It's a completely different way of doing things. Right now you're isolated in this little frame here, so you know. It was a fun, challenging time.
Do you get called? I mean, obviously, I know when I was doing stand-up comedy, I used to do corporate gigs fairly often. Is that still out there? You know, substantially with so many people working from home and you know all that change because of what we just went through. Is that still a rich area for you as a magician to work in?
The Zoom market?
The corporate, you know, corporate events and things of that nature. Yeah, is that a big money maker for you without getting? Yeah, but I don't need a dollar amount.
Yeah, baby, throw me the money. But not so much as a magician. Like I said, I get hired out as a speaker and I get to do whatever magic I want within that.
I got
One of the best advice I ever got was my rookie year, and this guy Kevin Elko, he's a speaker, and I was in the weight room. He's like, "Hey, I'll give you a couple $100 to go talk to these bankers." I was like, "I'm in." He goes, "You know that stupid little pencil trick you do?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "They'll eat it up. Tell your story how you went to college." So I was like, "Okay." And then afterwards, he literally pulled me aside and he goes, "Listen, kid." I was 23. He goes, "Listen, kid, I'm going to give you some advice. Look, the magic's cute. I get it. You need to be a speaker, and you'll thank me for it." And so I've been a speaker ever since. And obviously, the cap that companies are willing to spend on a magician is quite a bit smaller than a speaker.
Right.
And so
True.
Hey, you can call me whatever you want.
Just a reminder, John's going to be at Borgata Music Box on Friday, 2 shows. By the way, John, so what role does football play in your life now? Just a observer or anything else?
I have some friends call me here and there, and they'll have because a lot of the guys I played with now are coaching either high school, college, or whatever, and they'll have a snapper or a specialist. They'll say, hey, man, can you work with this kid? Can you give me some advice? And we can do it over Zoom. We can do it live. And so I'm just kind of like the guy that just kind of goes in, helps out. Believe it or not, there's been some coaches that have left the Eagles and gone on to other teams, and they're like, hey, we'd love to bring you in here and just kind of help build the culture of an organization, which for me, I think that was a bigger compliment than help me with X's and O's. I think that was kind of a role I had with the Eagles for a long, long time. And that was, establish a culture, get a sense of community and family within a locker room, care about one another. And then you don't have to be the greatest of athletes to win.
I have a very objective question to ask you, John. Which fans are crazier, Bills fans or Eagles fans? Because Bills fans over the last few years have really upped their game in the level of craziness that they bring. The Bills Mafia, as I think now kind of rivals the insanity that Eagles fans bring every week.
I'll say this. I mean, anybody that's out there in minus 20-degree weather with no shirt on, run around in the parking lot, I mean, it's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a different level of crazy. For those that have never been to Buffalo, wow. It was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get picked up by the Bills. And then it was like the greatest thing that ever happened to me to get released by the Bills. Because that place was hard. I mean, it was like, now look, you're talking about a kid who came from Southern California. So like I had seen snow, but I had never seen snow.
Yeah, that is snow.
And, and now keep in mind, I kind of hacked my way into college, right? I sent somebody else's film. So when I got into the NFL, I was still trying to figure out how to snap. And so to go to Buffalo and try and play in that weather and be a specialist. Look, I played with Drew Bledsoe. That guy had one of the strongest arms I've ever seen. I remember there was games that he couldn't even throw a 10-yard out because the wind was so bad.
Yeah.
And then the coach was ticked off at me that I couldn't snap. Drew can't throw it 10 yards. You want me to look between my legs?
Yeah, right.
John, I went to the Eagles-Bills game, oh, God, it had to have been 2 years ago, and the wind was crazy. We couldn't even kick extra points at this point. The wind was so bad, they kept going for 2-point conversions.
Oh, my God, that's savage.
But I will say, I thought the fans were great. I didn't get there early enough to really hang out in the tailgate area or whatever. But I bought tickets that were close enough in the end zone, so I just wanted to get on either A, get on TV, which I did, or B, catch a football either via kickoff or whatever. And a football landed 2 seats away from me. So I know I was so close, but I had a great time and. They had great hot dogs in the stadium.
There you go.
Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, think about this. Philadelphia has restaurants Zama loves sushi. Come on, Redstone. Hello, still here, guys.
There's Kathy.
Forever.
Oh yes.
I mean, and Buffalo has.
Wings.
Hey, let me ask you. Do you have Wetzel's Pretzels there by any chance?
Oh, I don't know.
Casey's a big fan.
Good wings.
Yeah.
But Buffalo was great, man. But like I said, what a hard place to play, man. Hard place.
Wow. Nice. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. How about that, man?
Yeah, you got your own backstage and all that, everything. What is your writer like? Is there anything super unique in a John Dorenbos writer when you show up at the Borgata?
Michelob. So this is funny.
Yeah.
So I was never. I didn't really drink alcohol a whole lot, and I never drank beer. I didn't like beer, right? I didn't like beer. So my wife's like, "Oh, this is cool. So when you stop working out and stop playing football, now you're going to drink beer."
Right.
Okay. Good timing. So I got nothing crazy. I just got my Michelob Gold Ultras carb conscious beer.
Carb conscious beer.
Crazy.
That's it.
And do you have? All right. So do you have an exclusive partnership with a playing card? Do you know what I mean?
So I use bicycles now. This is crazy. The president of United States Playing Card Company, huge fan, very nice guy. But this company, zero advertising, zero endorsements for anybody. They just don't need it. They don't do it.
The best.
And
They're like the Louisville Sluggers.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why?
Yeah.
Well, it's a good point.
Is that the choice for most magicians? Bicycle?
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I like the air cushion finish. Apparently, just gets
Air
it done
cushion
for me.
finish.
Air cushion finish.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I keep these guys everywhere. But bicycle is the most consistent. And now you're gonna get me going. But to be able just to kind of do things like that looked really good on Zoom right there. But they just feel good. They just look good, right? And so they fan nice. Like, come on, are you kidding me? Watch this. Hey, for those at home, I'm just
that's impressive.
That's an impressive fan. Hey, John, can
That
you do the
doesn't
one
get
where
you
you
going.
where you're just holding the deck in your hand flat and you just flip that top card up in the air and over? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, and he's coughing him up. I'm blown away by that stuff. It's just.
This comes out of the center. Oh,
man!
You know what I mean?
Wow!
Man, and he catches it. Here's something here. Little Zoom something for you. It's gonna be hard. Preston, you're the guy in the camera here, so I'm just gonna use you. Just say stop.
And stop right there. Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna out jog that.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of hard here on Zoom, but here we go. Can you see that or no?
Yep, I got it.
What do you see?
I see the 10 of diamonds.
Ooh. Perfect. Do you have a cell phone, a wallet, pad of paper?
I got a cell phone.
He's got a cell phone and whatever
I have
you need.
a pad of paper and a wallet.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Do you have all three?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Okay, get them. Okay.
We're a major market show.
Okay, so put your wallet on your hand first.
Okay. Dear God.
Okay, here it comes.
Yeah.
And then your phone on top of that.
Okay.
Pad of paper on top of that.
Yeah.
And then your hand on top of that.
Okay.
Oh, this is going to be sick. One more time. What do you see?
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hopefully this will work. I don't know, but watch. If we take the 10 through Zoom.
It's gone.
Okay. Wow.
We can get it to vanish.
Okay.
Preston, lift your hand up.
Dude, no. Okay.
Lift the paper up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing under the paper. Yep.
Yeah. Put it down. Lift the phone up.
Okay.
Yeah. And now put that down.
Okay.
And now just lift your wallet straight up.
Okay.
Is there something on your hand? You would have flipped out if it was Hold on.
Okay.
You know what? It might have not gone through. Can you pick your wallet up again?
Yeah.
Can you open it?
Yes.
Is there something inside? Go ahead and look through there. Is there something in the?
Are you serious?
Shut up.
No.
Dude. Stop it.
There's a 10 of diamonds in Preston's wallet.
that's as good as I can get through Zoom. Right there.
Which one of you a-holes took my wallet and put this in here? That's insane.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
The 10 of diamonds.
You're the devil.
Yeah, and go Borgata Friday night. I will be there.
Yes, and honestly,
That room is happened.
That room is perfect for Magic. By the way, it's going to be awesome.
Why couldn't you do that with like $100 bill?
I thought it was gonna if I had a $10 bill or something that he would.
That's awesome.
Screw you, man. I mean that lovingly. That's insane, dude. Our next guest is in our studio for the first time.
Yes.
Always great to meet some new people. So we are happy to mention that he's going to be at Punchline tonight and tomorrow. We welcome Michael Palisak to the program today.
Thank you.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic.
Hey, congratulations. You just had Red Robin for the first time.
It was my very first time. That's the main reason I'm here.
It's kind of a burger.
Yeah.
A stand-up comedian usually, accrues a lot of fast food knowledge just by the travel. I'm surprised you have not had Red Robin yet.
Well, not to be a commercial for Red Robin, but I feel like they're a little bit above a fast food.
There you go.
When I'm out late at night after a show, they've already closed up shop. They're like, we're a dignified institution.
Exactly.
We're done at 9, maybe 10.
I probably need a tie for this.
This is gourmet burgers.
Yeah, really good
stuff.
Speaking of, as Steven mentioned, you look like you're in good shape.
Thank you.
But living that lifestyle on the road, that's got to be kind of tough to keep that going, I would imagine.
Yeah, I rely on the power of positive thinking.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I mean, I'm a dad, so when I'm home, I don't the only exercise is like chasing down my kid and being like, whoa, or whatever. And then some on the road, I try to go to the gym or whatever.
You do the hotel gym or?
Yeah, I guess you can't really. It's a hotel gym.
All right, no, well, I mean, listen, if you belong to like a Planet Fitness or something,
you
like,
can go wherever.
wherever.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But the hotel gym is like, all right, what am I going to get?
Yeah.
It's
when you come in there.
elastic strap and a kettlebell.
Yeah. They got like one dumbbell, like 25 pounds. You're like, how do I do? Okay, I guess I just have to do one at a time.
You're the only one in there, so it's fine.
You're right.
I love the hotel gym. I forget what brand it was, but like in the hotel gym, there was like a normal gym, like motivational, huge letters, like if you can dream it, you can be. I'm like, we're all staying at a Fairfield. So I just woke up this early for breakfast. I don't want.
It's a little over aggressive there. It's something more appropriate to a weeder gym, right?
Yeah.
Michael, I'm not coming on to you right now, but you look like John Hamm.
Oh, thank
Anybody
you.
ever
I'll
tell
take
you
it.
that?
I have heard that before. Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I see a little bit of
Yeah.
that.
You're a little
Some people
hammish.
disagree.
Yeah.
That's okay. No, it's a very complimentary. Thank you.
See, what I did, doing research on you, I heard, or at least I saw it pop up a number of times that people say you have a sitcom face, So have you indeed ever been approached with because obviously that's a pool that producers and
for sure
they like to pull from. Have you ever been approached for a sitcom?
Yeah,
work?
when I first moved to LA, it was mainly for that type of stuff,
that reason?
like auditions and meetings and stuff like that. And I've really liked doing stand-up, so I just sort of do that. And then if something ever pops up that makes sense, I'll do it. But
you know what would dissuade you from wanting to do sitcoms is, have you watched this series on Vice, The Dark Side of Comedy?
No,
Yeah,
that sounds awesome though.
Like Greg Giraldo, they just had it. Just great. And some stories obviously end in tragedy, and some are it shows rough spots.
Yeah,
but it seems as I'm watching this thing, I'm like, I used to think getting a sitcom was the greatest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And these things, it always goes south when they get those.
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a unique way, like it's a play, but it's TV and so much money and everything goes into it, and then you shoot it, and sometimes kids are in it, and then they have to grow up and not be working anymore, and it's just like a weird institution.
But it's stand-up, and it's like I was watching one with Brett Butler.
Yeah. I remember her.
Right, yeah, Grace Under Fire.
Grace Under Fire.
And so she's talking about, she goes, I went from I create everything to now there's 250 people having a say, and it's essentially my material, and they're telling me I'm not doing it right.
People, I've heard that before, too many cooks in the kitchen thing, but me personally, I could use the help. I think that would be
well, you got a kid.
Yeah, I mean, I got a kid. And also, if like you're the guy, on some level, you get to say yes or no. So if like people want to tell me what to do, I'm like, well, we'll make that work. You put me on TV every week.
How much money do you have? Well, your wife does stand up as well, yes?
We're not married, but it's okay. We're not together, but it's all right.
Oh, you're not?
Yeah, I know. We were one of those where like
it was Red Robin that did it, right?
Yeah, we both survived the pandemic, but our relationship had pre-existing conditions. That's what
oh, man. Is it one of those cases you realized it was not in the cards during the that close proximity?
Yeah, I think it was one of those things where I was home.
Yeah. That was the issue.
That was one of those things.
Because as a comic, you leave every week for a couple of days, and I think people need that break from you. No, I don't know. We live like it's like a 6-minute walk from each other, and it's great. And like my son was really young, and I know people get, sad or whatever, but I feel like I grew up with two parents who gave me a lot of attention, and never at one point was I like, I need both of you here, I was like, if anything, I was like, can I get rid of one of you? Like,
Preston says that. Preston says about his parents, he goes, the greatest day was them.
When they split up, they needed to so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I've heard that, too.
Yeah. So, are you're amicable? Everything's cool?
I'm amicable. I'm amicable.
No.
I'm extremely amicable.
Okay.
You're halfway there.
It's interesting. Like, I think it's funny that they call it co-parent. Like, we went to some therapy, and they're like, you gotta call it. Which co-parent just sounds like such a technical term. Like, I feel like that term was just discovered by a guy who was like telling his lawyer all the terms he wanted to call her, and he was like, "We're going to land on co-parent.
We can't use the C word."
I have friends that try to have the kids stay in the house and the parents would rotate in.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
It lasted for like 2 months.
Okay.
And then I think it just got weird.
Yeah. Well, she's been evicted, so we went to
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
it got bad then.
Well, like, I mean, no one knows her here, but like, she didn't work for like 6 years, and she's pretty capable. But then when we broke up, she had just gotten a job, which worked out great. But then she lost her job and just kept not working. But she's an actor and comedian, so it's like things come in sometimes.
The bygones.
Exactly. But we just have different opinions on how you handle bills. And
like you're like, oh, we should pay.
We
them.
should pay those.
Yeah. Okay.
And she was like, no, you don't have to. And so we're gonna see who's right in the next year.
My money's on you.
We used to joke in my family because we used to say that my mom thought that bills were optional.
Yeah.
And that like, you just pay it some months if you want. And my dad was like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. I never talk about this stuff on stage. So
Cathartic.
Yeah.
How about adapting to fatherhood?
I love it. That's like, I'm a little older than her, and I always wanted to be a dad, and it wasn't something that like we were planning on, but it's the best thing in my life that's ever happened.
That's wild. That's cool.
How old's your son?
He's 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So fairly new.
Fairly new.
Okay, yeah.
And during the pandemic, I was on the road. Like, I left 2 weeks after he was born for 3 days, but during the pandemic, I got to be home every day, and I woke up with him every morning, and I just loved it. It was the best.
It's funny how that dynamic, because the father-son pandemic, father-son dynamic is so essential, and it always creates a lot of issues.
Yeah.
But like, so we're 3 brothers in my house, and my father was around the most for my younger brother.
Yeah.
And so there was a completely different dynamic because he was invested.
Yeah.
So I think it's important. Now we're all great now, but that's it's a weird thing. So to be able to be there at that point is very cool.
Well, and for me too, it was nice just to have a fan in the house. You know, like
someone who liked you,
somebody who lit up when you came home.
Exactly.
That goes away, by the way. Dude, I swear to God, every time I came home, it would be like, Daddy!
Yeah.
And they would all run to the door.
I know.
And now I don't even get it. What's up?
I know.
Now the dogs are like, Daddy!
Savor it.
That's why you got dogs.
Yeah. Right. He's totally right.
But you probably get to watch whatever you want on TV now. Like, they're probably not home. Like, I've seen parts of Toy Story 100 different times in the past month.
Yeah, there's give and take.
And I like it's a good movie, but if you watch Toy Story 3, because he'll fast forward it from like the beginning to then, that's a very emotional movie for an adult to watch a kid grow up. And I'm just like, and he's just enjoying it. I'm like, you don't understand. What you're putting me through. Pixar is not just a jolly, let's watch 10 minutes of it separated. It's the first 5 and the last 5.
Does he have facial hair yet? Because you look like you could have grown a mustache at 3 years old.
I know. He does not have facial hair yet. She is got like reddish hair, and her family is not facial hairy.
Okay,
but
sort of
I
Celtic.
am. I got like I don't know what you call it. It's like my mom's side is Irish, and it's like the black hair Irish or whatever.
Okay,
Like the Ben Affleck,
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell.
Exactly. It was growing in when I was a young kid.
How were you when like middle school? You grew your
I had a
first
mustache, and it was funny. My dad, I think he had problems with this growing up. Like, he didn't want to think that, so he didn't acknowledge the fact that I needed to shave because it was just like this right here.
Right, yeah.
And then when he finally did, he wasn't even good at it. He would just do like this, but he didn't want to get close enough to my nose. So I had a little tiny like Hitler. It was very faint, but it was like I could tell. I'm like, just go all the way, or let me do it. Like, I can do it.
Did you go to Catholic school by any chance?
I did, yeah.
Okay, because my friend's son was the same way, and he has to shave every single day. In high school, he had to.
Yeah.
And he would get demerits.
Yeah.
By the end of the day, because his beard grew in. I mean, he was really,
that's not fair.
It's not fair.
Yeah.
And I think they eventually came to a to an
and
agreement.
Jesus had facial hair. It looks
Absolutely.
like
He got a full beard.
He wasn't picking it.
I got to trim this. I want to look like I want a Miami Vice look. That seems very wrong to have a kid shaving twice a day to keep in the in the good graces of the
But
nuns.
I mean, when it comes to the Catholic schools, they're right about everything else. So why worry?
Did you ever get in trouble in Catholic school?
So just to be clear, I grew up in a really small town, and so it was only up till 5th grade.
Okay.
And it was the small school in our town, and it was like,
was this Wabash?
Wabash, yeah. And which they were all small schools, but it was like, I remember when we moved to that town, everything just clicked, and it was like a very happy school. Like the teachers they weren't even all Catholic. They were just like happy to be teaching there and not making as much money, but they were really happy about it. And it was a very fun experience. It wasn't the traditional like nuns. There weren't any nuns.
Okay. Well, in a couple of years, you're going to have to start doing teachers meetings and all that stuff that comes along.
We're
with the
already
trio.
talking about preschools, and it's just like, what?
I know. I know. I've been there, man.
That's so. When you were in Wabash, and then you went. Did you move to Chicago? Was that for the purpose of entering comedy, or
I think I manifested it by accident because no one wanted to move, but my dad lost a job when I was a junior in high school.
Right.
And so he looked for stuff in that area because we loved our small town, but he ended up getting a job in Joliet, Illinois, and just driving back and forth for 2 years so I could finish high school. And then we all moved up there, and I remember everyone was pretty sad, but I always knew I wanted to do stand-up, and in my head I was like, this is in Wabash, there's very few open mics.
yeah.
Maybe you could do a Wendy's set or something, but like...
I was just reading an article this morning of the creepiest places in all 50 states. And so in Pennsylvania, it would be Centralia. But in Illinois, it was Joliet Prison.
Yeah.
That's where
because it's abandoned now or something.
Oh, is
along
it?
those
Yeah,
lines.
I don't know.
guess so.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't work there.
Is that where Shawshank was?
No.
that's
Shawshank
Maine.
wasn't filmed there. That was in Maine, but but I think one of the in the Blues Brothers they mentioned.
Something.
Yeah, they were in Joliet prison, and
Yeah,
that's where they were
okay.
like waiting when they get out. They got out
Okay.
of Joliet.
All
I
right.
thought it was still open because I knew a guy that worked there at some point, but that was like when I was in college.
Right.
Yeah, we were in Chicago. Was it? It was this
About
year.
a year ago.
Yeah, about a year ago,
Oh,
and we've been inducted into the National Radio Hall of Fame. So we went there for
Despite what you're seeing here.
No,
Yes.
I can see why.
And I forgot how much I love that city.
It's so great.
Oh my God.
And it was so great to start out as a comedian there because
I'm sure.
my parents lived in the suburbs, so I would drive into town, and this is before like GPS, so I'd print out Google Maps, and like I learned, print out MapQuest, and I learned like the grid. I just knew how to get everywhere, and like being a stand-up comedian when you're starting out is really cool because you have a reason to go all these cool places, and there was like music late at night, and like you develop a community, and it was a really cool experience.
Yeah, and then there's such a pedigree in Chicago, Second City, and all that stuff.
And when I was there, improv and sketch was so huge that stand-up was kind of like we had the room to grow, and like people in my class that sort of blew up were like Hannibal Buress and like Kumail Nanjiani and like TJ Miller and like these guys. We were all just sort of doing it because we wanted to do it and not getting any attention from the industry. And then all of a sudden we would move away and do great.
It's like the history of improvisational comedy out of Chicago is legendary.
Oh my gosh.
And I always say this I did stand up briefly, but if you learn improv, that's the greatest tool to have in your tool bag.
I definitely liked it because I was able to do like the improv classes and then go to open mics at night, and I think it definitely helped me out.
Well, yeah, and I think it also helps you out with dealing with hecklers and people shouting out from the crowd and stuff like that. I recently watched like Sam Morrill had a special that came out, and then he's been
You had a special come out?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Just one? Or like 5 in the last year?
He had one recently, but then also he just posted something on his Instagram.
Yeah.
His chick just screaming out from the crowd, and he was handling her perfectly.
Yeah.
And Mark Norman, like he does a lot of great crowd work.
Yeah.
So what is the difference, do you think, between crowd work and heckling? Because you can turn heckling into crowd work.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like crowd work is when, I don't know if you've ever seen Ian Bagg, like he's really good at it.
Yeah.
He'll go into the crowd and ask a question that's leading into a bit, but he'll like play with them as long as that works. And I think that's crowd work when it's a part of your set. You're in control.
You've invited it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And he likes it. And heckling, I think, is when someone's probably a little drunk and entitled. That's just a judgment. And and they're talking, and then it's just like, well, I'm going to talk to you now because you're going to say funny things because you're so ridiculous that you think in this crowd, when no one's talking to you, people care what you think.
Yeah.
And that's the perfect person to talk to because they're going to say stuff that's just stupid.
You're exactly right. And yet it's a fine line so that and I've seen it happen where the comedian and I've had it happen to me where you're going and the crowd's on your side, but then you go in the wrong direction and you lose them. And now you've given the heckler the power.
Yeah, I've always found, and I stood by it, when someone's at least like talking during your set or maybe heckling a little bit, I let it go until everyone in the crowd knows.
Has become yes.
And it might even be near the end of my set, because then you'll get an applause break, you'll get whatever, because you called it out, and everyone's been mad at them for the last half hour anyways. But you're right, if someone's talking up front and no one else hears it, and you like lay into this guy because of his haircut, and it's like, well, you're the jerk. Like, what he's going through chemo. Like, what are you doing?
Radiation therapy.
Yeah.
That's what there was I don't know if this is true. It's attributed to Norm Macdonald talking about you.
Oh yeah.
And you reminded him of a guy that's just as funny off stage as on, which is like magic. Were you a big Norm fan?
You know, when I was in high school, he hosted the ESPYs, and
yes.
That was the first time I had seen a stand-up comedian.
I don't even care about the ESPYs, but watching him host them, is great.
Yeah. Is so funny, and so that was the first time I had really seen stand up as like a non-child, you know.
Yeah.
So that he was a very big inspiration, and then he judged Last Comic when I was on the show. So that like I didn't write for a show, but I submitted, and I got to meet him through that. So we've kind of had like our paths crossed, and it's always been an honor. Like he's so prolific. And
it was great.
Beloved.
Roseanne was also one of the judges.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And you had some actual real comedians. Who I remember that one, was that one season or two seasons where they did that, because it seemed like that show sort of weaves in and out of comedy lore, because it's despised by some and revered by others.
When I did it, it was just 100 comedians, and it was just a contest, and
that was it.
There was no like reality show.
That's the part I hated about it.
Yeah, that's what everyone did.
Because Todd Glass is a friend of the show.
Yeah,
he was on it when they did do that sort of reality side thing.
I opened for Kathleen Madigan, and she was on it when they did like they lived in a house or whatever. But so in defense of the house, when we did it. I think the theater shows, when you go on tour, do a lot better because people know you from the show.
Okay.
Whereas when you're just doing stand-up, they just sort of like, they like you, but I think they fall in love with you when they see you in a reality
They're becoming
show.
more invested in you.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Have you played in Philly a few times?
A couple, but this is like my first full weekend here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You have a great weekend for this,
yes,
man.
you do.
Yeah.
You got lucky.
Yeah.
The weather's good. It sucked for the past week.
That's what the hotel lady. I live in LA, so I'm just like, I love rain. I love everything.
You're right.
I was just in LA a couple of weeks ago, only for a day or two, but I was talking to you out in the Acme Lounge.
Yeah.
I drove across the country, and like I couldn't believe.
Yeah.
They're like, this is what it's like every single day.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. I was 75 degrees, no humidity.
Yeah.
You can see the draw. I mean, it'll get you. I mean, obviously, there are issues that detract tremendously, but
because it's on fire for a good month.
That's true. Yeah.
When's fire season?
I'm missing it. I'm on the road.
How long have you been in LA now?
I moved there. I did Letterman in 2011, and then I moved to LA the next week.
Okay.
Yeah, not because of Letterman, but I just like to tell people I did Letterman.
I really need a friend.
So does it feel like home, or is it still
because when I was in Chicago, I stayed with my parents, so I never had a city. You know, I would drive in. But now LA, like I've been there for 11 years, and my son's there. And it's weird now because when I'm home, I'm just a dad. So I could live anywhere, really.
Right.
Don't tell my son's mom that, but like I could live anywhere. But I like LA, and I'm sure I'll come back at some point. But it is nice to be there just because of the potential of everything.
What part do you live in?
I live in like Toluca Lake, North Hollywood, like the Valley.
All right. What is did celebrity sightings used to be a thing for you, and now they're no big deal? Or
Oh no, I like it.
Okay.
All right, the last one you saw while you're at
Well,
it.
the last one
Was it John Hamm?
You know, I don't know if it's because I'm a comedian and I don't go out that much, but I don't know the last. But one of the first ones I did, one of my friends wrote for the Sarah Silverman show.
Yes.
And so she was like, she's gonna come pick me up and you can say hi or whatever. And then Sarah like invited me to have lunch with them, and she was so nice and she was really funny. She was like, "Where should we go so you can see famous people?" And I was in the back of her sobbing, like, "I'm here. I already see you. I'm in your car."
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. Well, with your son, he's very young.
Yeah.
But do you look for signs of comedic capability?
He's I remember when he was really young, he's very funny. We would do a thing where we scared each other, you know, like his mom and I would, and like he never did it on his own, but like they would like scare me and I would scare them. But like there was one time where we were all in the same room. That's where we all slept. It was a one-bedroom apartment, and that's probably led to the downfall. And but there was one morning where I woke up and he was just staring at me, and he looked at me. And he's like Like he was waiting until I woke up to scare me. I was like, that's a funny kid.
That's good.
Yeah.
I love that, man. Well, listen, Michael's going to be performing at Punchline. He's got shows tonight, tomorrow, 7:30 and 9:45. You can get tickets at punchlinephilly.com. So thanks for swinging by here.
For sure.
Hope you have great shows.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
the weather. Get out and see the city, okay?
Will do. Yeah.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Let's hear it for Michael, guys. Michael Palisak on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a moment. We got some more guests to share some time with, so hopefully you'll be a part of that. Stay with us. AC.
Yeah, and if you guys want to give away tickets, give them away. Let me know.
All right, that'd be awesome.
All
Yeah.
right. Thank you so much.
Love it.
John freaking Dornbos.
Now you're trying to figure out what the hell happened. I had nothing to do with that.
That's freaking me out, man.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was just going to make it. I thought he was just going to say that it was a joke, which it was, and and it was funny.
And then it's in your wallet.
This was in my wallet. I didn't do that.
Sure you didn't.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
One of you guys did it.
No.
I'll find out later.
That's magic, man.
Wow.
Don't if you upgrade to the premium package on Zoom, it comes with magic.
Is that what it comes with? That if you look back to when test tube babies was a very controversial idea, and there was all kinds of uproar against that type of thing, and now fertility stuff is commonplace. I mean, it's exactly
You
what
can
you
get
do.
powdered mix.
To make babies.
Okay, can they extract semen out of a fully vasectomized nutsack? Can they do that?
Did you just whisper nutsack?
The question in front of the panel today is: can semen be fully extracted from a nutsack?
Excuse me, sir. We couldn't hear you.
What?
Sir? Could you speak up, please?
Can semen be extracted from a fully...
but can it, though? Or
I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so
know.
I
Because
have,
they say
I have my prostate is out, and my seminal vesicles, I guess they're referred to, are
They ain't
removed.
there.
Right.
Mine are still there, right? So I've been vasectomized.
I believe you can still produce a little...
I can.
If you get the attachment.
So here's the deal. Like, they say that you can reverse a vasectomy.
Yes,
It's
you
not
can.
100%. It's
Right.
not 100%, but they do, all they do is just, reattach or whatever.
Except it comes out your butt.
So what that tells me...
If you reverse it fully.
I guess my wife would be way less inclined to make a baby that way.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Science.
All right.
But...
All right, back up to my vagina.
God.
Oh, boy.
The...
Case, it looks like
Sorry, I snorted.
it says you can withdraw sperm from the testicle, but I don't know if that's if that's after the vasectomy.
It has to be, because if it can be reversed, it means I'm still making
So
it.
you're still making it, but your body absorbs it.
Right, because you've closed the pathway.
Right.
You've closed the egress, as they say.
Right.
Right?
So if you had to bet on the male members of the Preston and Steve Show conceiving a baby at this point, where would you put your money? Because Preston and Casey and I have all been had vasectomies.
I'd put my money on Steve.
Steve had prostate cancer and had his prostate removed. So, but
I don't understand your question.
If one of us were forced to have a baby, if we had to keep we had to keep like the population of the earth going.
I would do it.
I would love to have another baby.
Who would have the best chance? Even though
I was wondering, could you help me?
Scientists come to us.
Even though we've had a vasectomy.
Right, yeah. Where's the money on the male members of the Preston and Steve Show producing another human being?
Without having a reversal done?
Yeah.
It has
None
happened.
of us, I guess.
But that's what I'm asking about, like with Casey's question. Like if we took the sperm out of the nutsack,
He's saying who's
the best chance?
Yeah.
Oh, who would be?
It wouldn't be Steve, right?
You guys are
Oh.
the same
Steve
age. I have
He doesn't
nothing.
have
His
anymore.
is different
I've got
than what
confetti in mine.
You guys can still produce it. Your body's just
Okay.
absorbing it.
Okay, I don't know. That's why
So
I'm
you're
I know.
full
I've had
of
3
sperm,
kids.
Nick.
You've had 3 kids.
Yeah.
So I'd put our money
I got
on
like
us
6 or
over
7
you.
that I don't know about.
Yeah. Wow.
Has Bill hung himself yet, by the way, with this conversation?
I don't know. Did you think about what you were talking about in the bathroom?
I did.
Okay. Casey and I had a conversation in the bathroom.
Did you?
He's like, I think I want to ask you something, but I don't know if I want to ask you on the air or not.
Was it about the Dunkaccino machine?
No, I think we're good on that.
We just shot a video, Marissa and I. I sort of had to explain why it literally looks like I threw a grenade into the machine.
I saw it. It's pretty nasty.
I ran into Andy in the kitchen, and she was like, I just saw the email that said it was all good to go. She goes, but what happened?
Anyway.
Is it all cleaned up, by the way? It's
I didn't do it. I tried. There were no paper towels. There was no.
Casey keeps stash paper towels if you ever need them.
Yes,
and they have them in the bathroom, too. So
yeah,
grab those. Hold on. Marissa has an update, I guess.
I don't know if it's cleaned up, but it is fixed.
Okay.
All right, excellent.
Matt Calper swung by.
All right,
fix. Oh, that was a fix.
Just call me Mr. Fix It.
I just thought you were just accentuating fixed, but that was a Matt
No
Calper.
reason to stress out.
Yeah. So anyway.
Okay, so this is a judgment call for everybody here. All right. So
if we don't want to talk about this, we'll move on to something else.
We can move on.
If we decide this is not worth talking about.
Is it about pretzel-like food in Oregon?
It's about food.
He was wrestling with the idea of bringing it up or not. So
all right, go ahead.
So judgment call. So your spouse or girlfriend or boyfriend is asleep. They're napping, right? And you have a hankering to go to Rita's Water Ice,
right?
And okay,
I know. Okay.
I know where you're going with this too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick question: did this happen to you, and did it cause a problem?
This happened to me, and I got the double middle finger.
Okay.
And said spouse woke up.
I had a similar thing happen recently, so I can commiserate. Go ahead.
Okay. Do you wake your spouse up to see if they would like something from Rita's Water Ice?
As they are resting, as they are getting their much-deserved sleep, correct?
Yes. And you know this person.
I can answer immediately when you're done.
You have woken said person up from a peaceful nap before, and it was never a good experience. So, so do you leave them asleep? Okay. So you have a couple options here. You leave them asleep,
right?
And you don't get them anything from Rita's because, for some reason,
do you touch their boobies?
Always. For some reason, if you go to any other store, you know exactly what to get them, right? You know how they like their stuff. But for some reason, you don't know what their go-to order at Rita's is.
Wait, you didn't get her anything?
I didn't get her anything.
May I ask you? May I ask you a question?
Yes.
While this debate was going on, did something in the back of your mind go, "She'll never know"?
There might have been.
That's exactly what it was. You thought that if you ate it quickly enough, the remnants of it would be gone, and she would be none the wiser.
No
But
fuss,
you
no
do
muss.
know her. You could take it. I'm sure you would have gotten something that she liked.
There was a good chance
Don't come home with nothing.
There was a good chance that said nap could have turned into a full night's sleep.
Or
you could put it in the freezer.
Diane doesn't like it when Casey spends money on frivolous things, and she would have gotten mad that he spent money on.
No,
my wife.
no.
Well, here's my situation. My wife will take 5-6 hour naps.
Yeah.
So I mean, she is, and I commend her for this.
Yes.
It happened over the weekend. It's the ice cream bakery on Ridge. And they have great soft ice cream. And so I'm getting a damn cone as I pass by. There was not the traditional 80-car line going in. And I'm like, I'm going for it. But I call an audible.
Yeah.
And I bought her something, and it was a home run. I kind of knew what she wanted.
Yeah.
But I mean, you do the gesture.
Yeah.
And that buys you. I gave it a shot.
Yeah, my wife just sent me a text. She goes, "You don't have to wake me up. Just buy me my favorite flavor." Now, I'm going to admit, I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Right.
Name a store, and I can tell you what she gets from that store.
I believe that.
For some reason, Rita's, I'm like, I don't know what your favorite flavor is there.
Rita's is a sweet spot thing too. I mean, like that's a very specific. You're omitting somebody from you going there, right? So, and in my household, if I were to do that, that would be the end of the relationship. So I would, Casey, not wake her though. Right. I would take an educated guess and try and bring something home.
Yes, of course.
I did not do that, and I made a mistake.
Wow.
The educated guess with the purchase will buy you the insurance
At least
you need.
you tried.
Yeah, you tried, yeah.
You didn't even try. Sorry, Marissa.
No, I'm going to throw out this option. Just buy multiple very small ones, even if it's just 2. Say I tried to take a guess, and then if one of those happens to be your favorite flavor, Casey, then you win in the end because you get to enjoy it as well.
And also, the gesture.
My story is much more selfish. The Big Top Surfing Sundays came by our house.
Oh yeah.
And Rochelle was taking a nap, and I'm like, I'll just zip out and get a thing, and she'll be asleep, and
she'll never know.
She'll never know. And by the way, ice cream, I don't think keeps as well
Right. I
in a
was just gonna
freezer
say,
as
yes.
as water ice might. So then maybe
Water
that's
ice
a little
definitely does
caveat.
not keep as well in the freezer. Not my
Well,
freezer.
you're right. If it
gets-
stays in there too long, it's I don't like that frozen solid. Yeah,
It
I'm
becomes
not down
like
with
an
that.
ice cube.
Yes.
But in my mind, I was like, she'll never know. She'll never know. And then she knew. And then
And what happened?
She gave me the hard time. She's like, you went without me?
My freaking daughter dined me out, man. I was like, oh, dude. Yeah.
I do feel like though, like
The bond of trust has been broken.
Right? And I paid
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
because you know why? Because she probably understood. No, she understood because, and I hate to be like that person, but like a lot of guys are the same when it comes to things like this. Like it's just common sense. Like, why would you have not picked your wife up something? Even if it went in the freezer, even if it became a block of ice, she would have been like, oh, okay, well, he helped me out. It's not great, and I'll go get my own tomorrow or something like that. But like,
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And my house is filled with people. And, I probably should have asked my mom if she wanted something, and I didn't. Me and Avery
just tell me?
me and Avery just snuck out. And
oh my God.
I did ask my older daughter. Casey said no, she didn't want anything.
She was like,
She's
no,
the
I'll
one who
just tell
dined you
mom.
out.
Yeah.
Hey, every now and then it's okay to do something for just you. All right, I'm gonna back you on this because I was thinking the same thing, man. If I got Rochelle, then I got to ask the kids, and then it's a whole big thing.
I don't have that.
Then I got to wait for these guys to all get their shoes on and come outside and get it. And by the time we get out there, it's gonna be a huge line.
Yes.
I could just zip in and zip right back out and get my little cone and eat it, and I'm a happy man.
May I suggest something though?
You probably shouldn't have had kids.
Right. the kids you can take off the list, but not the wife. You know what I'm saying?
No, you cannot take your kids off. Like, if
Absolutely.
you are going out to
You're
get
trying
ice
to
cream,
teach them
a thing that a child would
don't
love.
eat that food. Eat vegetables.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna go get ice cream, but you're gonna stay home, and I'm not gonna get any for you.
Well,
Exactly.
I got the double middle finger last night, okay?
That's pretty harsh.
You deserve
Well,
it.
I mean, she's
Jokingly.
jokingly, but
Right.
still there was intent, and so what I'm saying is,
Were your lips discolored from the Rita's water ice?
no,
Yeah, you
because
got busted?
What are you talking about?
dude, I went,
Why are your lips blue?
I went with like flesh colored. I was like,
got
she'll
lemon?
never know. I got lemon.
Do you have any flesh-colored ices?
By the way, my new favorite flavor is they have a Florida orange. They didn't have Florida orange last night, but they did have an orange cream. So I went lemon on top, orange cream on the bottom.
You thought about that? You thought about your mouth being discolored?
No, it's just my favorite flavor. The lemon is
That would be the best. So he's got these big, bright purple lips.
What are you talking about? No, it's just really cold.
No, I just missed Prince.
Listen, if you're going to give me the double middle finger, then you have to make sure that every time you get something somewhere, you either text me or surprise me with something, and that is never the case.
So I could have gotten the sundae that she likes, but I got the ribbon soft chocolate and vanilla ice cream, and I also. You do things to buy yourself a little insurance.
Yeah.
I got her a quart of it so that she could.
I failed.
Yeah.
I failed. I definitely failed. Okay, I failed. What's your flavor? What's your favorite flavor? I don't know what your favorite flavor is.
Did she ever tell you?
No, let's see if she.
You need to know now for your.
This is actively happening right now.
Yeah, it's
okay. He's
all right.
checking his text messages.
Yeah, it does not indicate. Now, what would I?
Do you guys all know do you know your roster of favorite menu items for your significant other?
I mean, give me a store and I'll tell you.
When it comes to
I know something that I could get that she'd like.
Yeah,
I don't
right.
know, maybe not her favorite, but yeah.
Right.
Like
what were you
if
gonna say?
No, just when it comes to desserts, I know my business. You know,
Okay, yeah, likewise.
that's important. And if I were to swing by an ice cream store and not get her something or a Rita's or whatever, I would know what to get. Yeah, like
Thanks, Kath. In just a minute, we're going to get to Bailey from WWE Extreme Rules Wrestling in here in just a little bit. In the Acme Lounge right now. But I wanted to go through a couple of connoisseur stories.
Let's do it.
And then we will chat with Bailey in a couple of minutes here. But I did have some food-related items that I felt were worth passing along to you. Oh, yeah, thank you. Casey's getting my
Oh, yeah.
We'll get the first order up. Thank you. Nice intro.
We're making up for.
I got you.
Everything's running behind schedule here.
I love this. I wish we would have, we do kind of have things like this in Philly, but Cheetos recently unveiled a giant Cheeto statue.
And it's perfect.
In Cheadle, Alberta. So the monument, which is almost 17 feet tall, shows a thumb and 2 fingers holding a Cheetos Puff snack in the air.
Oh, man.
So the hand is like a silver.
Right.
The Cheeto is orange, and it's got the dust all over the fingers. Which, by the way, the technical, or I guess the nickname for that dust is Cheetle. That's what they call it.
That's brilliant. I didn't realize.
They call the dust. It says the fingers are covered in the Cheetos orange dust, which Cheeto says is officially called Cheetle, and that's why they're in Cheetle. Now, Cheetle, Alberta is spelled Cheeadle.
Not like Don Cheadle.
But Cheetle from Cheetos is Cheetle. So the brand says that it was on the lookout for the perfect home for its statue when it came across a hamlet in Alberta with a kindred name.
I think it's great.
Yep, the statue won't stick around forever. Kathy, take a look at the picture here. That's what it looks like.
17 feet tall.
Isn't that awesome?
By the way, I think your son Carter figured out a way to eat the Cheetos or anything that can create Cheetle.
Yeah.
And now he does it, I believe, with chopsticks.
Chopsticks, yes.
I use
That's really
a steak knife and I poke them.
You could use a fork too, I guess.
Yeah. Or you can just use your fingers and lick your fingers.
Yeah, you can do that.
Apart.
But Carter uses chopsticks for popcorn. If it's buttery or something like that.
That's
so.
a great idea.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Was She-Hulk the one who was eating them with?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. She does the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of funny. The statue won't be around forever. Canadians only have until November 4th to visit the Cheetle Hand statue. Cheetos is a Canadian snack brand.
I didn't know that.
The Frito-Lay Canada portfolio, which is owned by Pepsi Foods in Canada.
Okay. Because we also were just told recently that somebody was getting their Lay's products from Canada.
Right. So what happened was that I ordered. My wife likes. There's 2 types of low salt chips that she likes. Hers and Lay's. So we couldn't get to hers, but the Lay's came from Canada through Amazon, and I'm like, it's a whole new world out there.
Right.
Canadian potato chips.
So, Kath, I want to ask you, because I know that you're really turned off by licking your fingers.
Would you lick someone else's fingers?
Oh, God. Ew.
But is there...
I am turned off by it, but it's like if you have like a little something, you're like, oh, okay. But like to have another whole Cheeto on your fingers, and listen, Casey, I do love you, even though Casey and I have this thing on the show and little tension. But when you lick your fingers after eating something, like I want to escort you to the bathroom and to say, here's the sink and here's the soap. You can wash that off.
Yeah, it's not all about just getting your fingers clean, though. It's about getting that taste.
It's the taste.
Yeah.
Like the best part of the Cheeto is that dust. And when you have 3 layers of dust on your pointer, middle, and thumb.
And then it mixes with not washing your hands after going to the bathroom.
Well, that's where I'm going with this. What if you wash your hands before you eat?
No.
You eat, lick, and then wash your hands afterwards. What's
It's
the
about
problem?
etiquette. You're not supposed to be sitting there slopping up what's left over in your fingers.
If I'm in the
that would
comfort
be
of my
the
own
same thing
home.
as picking up your plate and licking your plate after you were done
think
eating.
it's worse.
Do you do that?
I think I disagree as far as it being. I think it's a compliment to the chef.
Yes, you're right.
If you're licking your fingers.
Yes.
Mhm.
In our culture, we defecate on the table to say we enjoy the meal.
No, listen. Chicken wings? You kidding me?
Uh-huh.
Get that sauce all over your fingers?
This is exquisite. Let me lick your fingers.
I can't.
Oh,
that
my
might
God.
be on the lines of listening to Nick Chip. I think you've entered. Yeah. Like I can't. Oh God.
I would rather.
Yeah.
Nick can generate some sounds.
It's.
I'd rather
unreal.
listen to kittens being fed into a wood chipper.
The best is when I was licking the peanut butter cups off my fingers behind Jackie Bam Bam. Because I was going for it, right? And I was doing
makes
it on
him sick.
purpose. And then eventually, he just looks at me in the rearview mirror. And we just locked eyes. And I was like,
All right. Well, anyway, if you want to see the gigantic Cheeto statue, it is in Cheetle, Alberta.
I love it.
Canada. Next order up. All right. So butterboards, we talked about this. This has been kind of the latest
charcuterie board.
craze. So it's bread and butter with the butter spread and mixed in a combination of herbs and toppings and things like that. So here are a couple of more interesting ways to serve your butterboard if you have done this or haven't tried it out yet. This is a way you can do it. First, they recommend you use high quality grass-fed butter.
This whole concept is still.
Listen,
It's like just sitting down to a cup of mayonnaise.
You're making a butter board. Like, come on.
But haven't you ever had that like Irish butter?
Yes.
You guys know what I'm talking? I can't remember the name.
We
of
get it.
brand.
Yeah,
It's great.
we have Irish butter.
Oh, yeah. What is
I
it
wouldn't
called?
sit down and eat a stick of it.
It's in a green. No, but so what you're doing is you're putting it on bread.
Right.
You know, so the bread
Sure.
is the the butter is just the added bonus that
It's
you
like a little bonus.
Wait, Casey, we had some of it in our refrigerator in the office for like months. I had I was like, whose is this? Why is it sitting
Did
here?
I bring it in because I made some sort of pancake or something?
Well, I don't know.
like
And
that?
then I was like, because I also eat it as well. And so I was
Yeah.
like, wait, did I bring it in? Am I looking at this thinking someone should throw this out and it's me?
Early onset dementia. Oh, no.
Seriously?
Wait, hang on. No. I brought something in for you guys, and we ate it, and
butter?
and
You
it
probably-
had to put
yeah.
butter. Was it when we made sourdough bread with Tom Papa?
maybe.
Papa.
Yeah,
That's
probably
what it
it.
was.
That was excellent.
Okay.
All right, so use high-quality grass-fed butter. Most
Marigold.
content creators use unsalted butter so they can then add their own salty flakes.
Oh, that's the favorite of content creators.
Place parchment paper on the board and put your butter on top for easy cleanup. Next, you add your favorite flavors. Some people use spicy seasonings
Oh, spicy.
with peanuts and chili.
Oh, my God, peanuts.
For a little crunch with a kick, and others go sweet with roasted butternut squash and honey butter.
So we have taken what used to be a water fountain, and now it dispenses A1 steak sauce, Preston.
Okay.
Like the chocolate fountain. You
Yeah,
can dip
exactly. Yeah.
You dip your steak in it?
Yeah.
That's a good idea. I wonder if that would
You're
work.
backward engineering all these things. No. Don't put the butter on the bread. Put the bread on the butter.
Yeah. All right. And then we'll just do one more story because we do have a guest who is standing by. Order up. All right, we're going to talk about food poisoning. This is.
I've had this twice.
Yep. So a gut health scientist is revealing the 5 foods he always avoids because of this. A man is known
Is
as
one of them a butterboard?
Mr. Gut Health on TikTok.
All right.
Filmed a video explaining why he refuses to eat these foods, and according to him, they are no-goes as they are the ones that are most likely to give someone food poisoning. So the scientist claims that food poisoning can increase your risk of having long-term gut health problems, such as post-infectious IBS. So kicking off the forbidden foods list, he reveals oysters.
Never have them.
Oysters are filter feeders, so they pick up everything in the water, including bacteria.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So he says avoid those if you can.
And
But
you eat them raw too. So.
you eat them raw, yeah. I don't mind them. I mean, like all of these things he mentions on here, I eat.
Yeah.
But
And you're fine.
yeah, look at me.
Yeah.
So another way he says, don't order your beef burgers rare.
I never do.
He continues by saying it's not the same as getting a steak. Beef burgers are typically made from minced meat, so all the bacteria on the outside gets mixed in together. Make sure you order them at least medium rare, not rare.
So I put the bacteria on the side and I dip the meat in it.
Smart.
No, I like pink to red in the center.
Medium
and,
rare.
Love it. Yeah, medium rare is fantastic. Next up, the expert warns against discounted sushi.
You mean that you find it in an alleyway?
As it may be a major culprit for food poisoning. He said most fish used to make sushi is actually frozen to kill the parasites and bacteria, but it goes off real quickly once prepared. So make sure that you eat it all on the same day.
Will you guys do like supermarket sushi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't prefer it, but it gets the job done sometimes.
Yeah.
And
If you find it.
a lot of places now have them, have a sushi bar, a lot of grocery stores, and I've had decent sushi. But
If you
it's
find
not great.
sushi between the pillows in your couch, will you eat that?
I'll do the sniff test first.
Just a 5-second rule.
There's a place in Wilmington that I want to try out. It's called Pizza Maki, and it is a pizza place.
Maki?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't.
Yeah. And it's a pizza place and a sushi joint. at
And
the
a
same-
dry cleaner.
And a dry cleaner at the
That
same
sounds
time.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, you can bring, if the kids don't like sushi, you give them pizza, and then you and the
All right.
significant other.
Don't mind if I do.
The final food item is bagged salad in the supermarket.
That surprises me. Over the past 5 or 6 years, that has been the culprit. Bagged salad. You figure it's produce. It's
right.
fine.
It's washed too.
Yeah.
But the reason the pre-washed, pre-packaged salads are so risky is because there are so many potential cross-contamination points And the inside of the bags are always moist, and that's apparently
A growing ground.
yeah, a perfect environment for bacteria to
And they're often washed off in baby's blood, right?
proliferate.
That's how I got food poisoning, was from salad the last time that I had it. And it was the worst case of food poisoning I have ever had. I got it from chicken once before as well, and that was bad. But the salad one, and I don't know if it had anything to do with the food,
Yeah.
but I mean, it was awful.
Yeah,
I had it from chicken and from pork. And my God, that two of the sickest I've ever been in my life.
And you know what?
Sickest.
Never from Snickers.
Yeah, no, not once. You're right. Let's keep our eye on the ball here. Or Cheetos, either.
Or
I don't
Cheetos,
think.
that's right.
All right, so keep that in mind. That's just one of these experts weighing in on that. So
we're saving lives today.
That's it. That's all we have time for in the Connoisseur File. But we have a guest who is here, and we were happy to welcome her back to Philadelphia, back to our studio. And WWE Extreme Rules is taking place tomorrow at the Wells Fargo Center, 7:30. Tickets available at wellsfargocenterphilly.com. And happy to have back in our studio Bailey this morning.
How's it going?
How are you, Bailey?
I'm great. Thank you for having me.
No problem. Thanks for coming by this morning. When did you get into town?
Yesterday at like 11 p.m.
Okay.
So
Travel day?
hence the large coffee that I have. Yes. Yeah, all the way from California, so that's always a long travel.
Yeah.
You guys are always traveling. You're always on
Always.
the road.
Yeah.
So 11 o'clock, that's better than taking the red eye thing from L.A. That's
Oh, yeah, don't want to
Oh.
do that. Well, I wouldn't have made it on time.
No. Yeah, true.
I would have been here at like 7 a.m.
But it's so easy to travel around L.A., so that shouldn't be...
Where are you from, by the way?
California and San Jose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not L.A., San Jose. Much
Jose,
different.
yeah.
Yeah, big, huge difference.
Okay.
Is that where you live now, or
I do,
Okay.
yeah. I was living in Tampa Tampa and Orlando when I first got signed to WWE, and then I lived in Austin for a few years, and I just moved back to San Jose right before the pandemic.
You have to get good at living out of WWE stars, all you guys, and we've had a lot of you through here, and you guys really work hard, and you got to get used to living out of a bag, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like 6 bags if you're me. Yeah. Yeah. But you become like, I tell my mom all the time, I'm a pro traveler. She gives me crap about driving all the time. Make sure you look over your shoulder. Make sure you wear your seatbelt. Make sure you do this. Oh, don't look at your phone. I'm like, Mom, I'm a professional traveler.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing,
Right.
okay? You don't understand what we do.
Have you refined down your bag count? Because a lot of times you get more efficient at packing. and-
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and sometimes like now that I've gotten older and been on the road longer, I just kind of recycle the same things. I just wear the same gym clothes and same
Oh
outfits.
yeah, My father's 94, and like when he travels periodically.
Wow.
I'm going to Europe. I put all my luggage in one Pringles can. I'm like what? It's a big thing. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's part of the deal.
Hey, Bailey, where is the you mentioned Tampa, the WWE home space?
Right.
Like,
I mean, well, we're in Stamford, Connecticut, is where like the headquarters are. But in Orlando, we have the Performance Center, which is where NXT's filmed at and where all the NXT people train and things like that.
Okay, so is it like a stadium-sized facility? Because that's what I have in my mind.
Pretty much. I mean,
Yeah.
they have like state-of-the-art gym inside there, like the NFL elite gyms like that. That's kind of how Triple H based it off of. And then they have, when I first started training there was 6 different rings, but because they run TV there now, there's one main ring and there's a whole, you can fit an audience in there. There's a whole stage and a ramp and everything. They do TV. And now they have the whole building next door, which is where the training happens.
What's it like being around like giants all the time? That's just,
It's so funny. I'm pretty used to it now.
Are ya?
Yeah, like my friends ask me all the time, like, "Oh my God, he's so handsome. Whoa, she's hot. Wow, he's huge." But like, I don't even think of it like that anymore.
yeah.
You know,
Just
It's
going
just
to
like-
work.
They're your
Yeah, it's
coworkers.
brother and sisters, and just we see them all the time.
That's a cool thing about and we talked about, on this show, we've been together for a long time, and we have a certain language and a certain understanding of things that no one else will have. And you're in this group, you have to have that familial sense with all, first off, you're all great show people. You know how to work with the audience. You know how to keep it, and you put the time in, but you guys will have a set of experiences and circumstances that no one else can understand. That's got to be a cool thing.
Yeah, it really is like a bond that you grow throughout the years, and it's like a lot of unspoken rules and just things like that nobody will really understand it. Like even in relationships or my family or my best friends that I've known throughout my whole wrestling career. You could tell somebody stories, and I'm sure it's the same here, and tell people things, but they can't relate the way that somebody that's going through it with you can.
Right.
But I'm sorry to interrupt, Kate. Is there? Did you want to be a wrestler since you were a kid?
Yeah, since I was 10 years old.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, as a fan and somebody who's been in the industry for a long time, you probably have a keener idea of who you would put in here. And I'm talking about the Mount Rushmore of wrestlers. And I'm going to do the Mount Rushmore of male wrestlers. Because I just saw one the other day, and you can always, the first two, and you even do it with quarterbacks. Oh, the first two, Tom Brady and Joe Montana. Boom. Those are the first two, no question about it. So in this Mount Rushmore, it would be Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan. And then I saw Stone Cold, and they had The Undertaker, and I was like, wow, I never thought about putting The Undertaker there, and like, why not The Rock? But The Undertaker's been at it for, I feel like, the longest.
And he's so well known.
And he's so well known. So do you have a Mount Rushmore? Do you have a top four that is, yes, these are the top four?
Male and women?
Yeah.
I'm just saying male.
Female?
I want to hear the women too.
So
I'm saying, male, female.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Don't you love this?
Favorites. I hate it.
You need that coffee for this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, and it could change all the time, but right now I will say Sasha Banks, Randy Orton, Stone Cold. Dang, that's hard.
John Cena?
Yeah, let's go with John Cena. He revolutionized the whole era,
Hulk didn't make it at all. Ric Flair didn't make it at all.
No.
This is her list.
I know. My list. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm a little bit younger.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you want to play it? Oh, yeah.
Yes, and your frame of reference is younger, right?
Yes, right.
These aren't the people that.
Yeah. I didn't even put Macho Man in there. He was my favorite. He was the first one to really draw me into wrestling.
We had him and Gorgeous George in the studio years ago, probably 20 years ago.
Yep.
Wow.
Here's the funny thing. He and Gorgeous George went into the bathroom, and it was like Clark Kent going into a phone booth, right? Because he went in like, Randall, and then he came out Macho Man.
Oh, my gosh. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I would have loved, I never got to meet him. I would have loved to meet him.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it was definitely a highlight of my career, and it was early on, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool.
Hey, we meant to ask you about this because we saw that Sarah Lee, former WWE wrestler, just passed away yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you know her or?
Yeah, we worked together in NXT.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, for a year or two maybe. Yeah, super sad.
It's so sad. Yeah, and solid
30 years old.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's very young.
Did you worked with her often or?
We trained in the same place, drove to shows together once in a while. So yeah, it's sad. She's married to one of my good friends, Corey, and they have 3 kids together. Yeah.
We've seen very little details about it at all. Other than
there's not many details, but anyone who's listening, send your prayers to Sarah's family and the Weston family.
Yeah,
it's it's sad, and it's happened a couple of times in wrestling. We have these people who are beloved, and misfortune or whatever this happens. Throughout the history, and you said you didn't get to meet Macho Man, but who do you have? Is there anyone you still have yet to meet within the industry that is on your list of I have to? If I meet anyone else, it has to be this person. Are you jaded?
I think no, I'm definitely not jaded. I still get excited when I see Rey Mysterio every week. I've pretty much met all my heroes. I just recently was on Raw with Trish Stratus. I've gotten to team with her and Lita before. We were my idols growing up. I've done Stone Cold's podcast 3 times and went 4-wheeling with him in Tahoe.
He's good. He's a good host.
Yeah, he's great.
We've had him on, and he's again. All you guys have that ability to work. You're natural show people, when it comes to this stuff. Did you enter that way, or did you have to be brought along?
Oh, I was terrible.
Were you?
I hated the camera. I didn't know how to talk. I didn't know how to. I wasn't presentable at all. I just wanted to be a wrestler. So when I got signed, I was 23.
Yeah.
And I had no idea what I was doing. I just was like, no, just throw me in the ring, let me wrestle. That's what I'm here for. But WWE is so much more than that because we do things like this all morning, every day, every week. We're on TV every week, and you have to go to talk shows and all that stuff. And I just didn't understand the character side of it until, they kind of bashed it into my brain and literally put me in classes of 3 people. And Dusty Rhodes was my coach back then.
That's wow.
Yeah,
Well,
it
whatever
was-
they're doing, they should train other entertainers because. I mean,
it's crazy. Yeah.
What's crazy is as a professional athlete, like your goal is to make sure that the crowd doesn't boo you. But in wrestling, in professional wrestling, your goal, some people's goal is like, I need to have this entire arena hate my guts.
Yeah.
And for some reason, like that is the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's
And
the fun
crazy.
thing to do.
Yeah.
You enjoy that side of it.
It's definitely fun. Like I was in my hometown a couple weeks ago, and I'm a bad guy. So
Yes,
I'm like,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
how am I going to get the crowd to?
But you didn't
I've got
start
like
that
30
way.
friends and family. You know,
Yeah.
how are they going to boo me? And I'm looking at them like, don't cheer. You know, I have to like bash the home team.
Yeah, your
and
whole
just,
family's booing you.
Yeah.
You know what, though? You're loved. You're loved that way. I mean, like Preston talks about his genesis with Ric Flair until he finally realized what it was about.
I hated him so much when I was a kid. I just thought he was the meanest person in the world, and he's just evil and all this. And then it was a few years ago because I had, I'd not thought about those days for a long, 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 long time. And I was on YouTube and I found a video. It was like, an hour of Ric Flair freaking out. So it was just a montage of him posing and doing all these things. And I started watching this and I'm like, I love this. I didn't realize how much entertainment that man had given me when I legitimately hated him as a kid.
Dude, he's
and now I
incredible.
love him. I'm a golfer, so on my driver, my head cover is a picture of Ric
Oh
Flair.
my God.
And it just says, woo, on it. I love it. I didn't realize.
He got you. One
He got
point or
me,
another.
man.
You know, he
That was
got
so
you.
cool.
He's incredible.
Is it fun being a bad guy?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
that's
Yeah,
gotta
I kind of get to do like I think throughout my career I've been able to evolve with my character as same with like my personality, my true life personality got
Right.
to evolve with my character at the same time.
It's cool.
And I feel like I'm there now where I kind of get to mix in my goofy annoyingness with, trying to be a jerk.
It's so cool.
Do you from time to time encounter people like me that didn't know that, you're not really a bad person?
Shh, don't tell people.
I wanted to ask you, you're in, I think, are you in 6 WWE video games?
I don't know
Yeah.
how many. That
Okay.
sounds about right, though. Yeah.
Have you played yourself? Played as
My
yourself?
nephews do.
Okay.
Yeah. My nephews are 10 and 16, so they've played as me, and my friends have as well. I don't think I'm as fun to play. I'll play like Randy Orton and Macho Man, but when I
Right.
watch myself, I'm like, I don't even do that move, but I'm gonna start doing it. The video game version of me wrestles way better than me.
Oh, well, there you go.
By the way, before you answered Steve's question, did you just crack your neck?
Yeah, I know. I'm so sorry. I couldn't. Yeah. Can you guys hear that on the air?
I saw it. I saw you go like that, and her little pop. I'm
Yeah.
like, she just cracked her neck on the air. But listen, you
Gotta
gotta
get
have.
ready for my big ladder match.
Yeah,
Gotta
ladder
loosen up.
matches.
So that's
They're
happening.
crazy.
That's happening this weekend, right?
Tomorrow night. Yeah.
Okay.
This time tomorrow. Well, not this time tomorrow, but
Yeah.
this time Sunday.
Yeah.
I'll be your new Raw Women's Champion.
Ah, there it is.
Ladder marks all over me probably, but it'll be worth it.
So you were the first female Triple Crown winner, right?
Yeah. Yeah. First one to win all the titles.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Can you talk about
Crazy.
Bianca? That's who you're facing tomorrow night.
I mean, if I have to.
Yeah.
Gosh, she has been a pain in my butt for a long time. We have such a long history with each other. There she is. Yep.
It's up on the screen
So
here.
yeah, you
there
know
you
the
go.
goody two shoes. She's so perfect looking. She's jacked. We have a long history, just like we started in the pandemic. Going against each other. We're so different from each other, but also very similar. I used to be a lot like her when I was in my early stages of my career, which she'll get to. She's not a grizzled vet like myself. She also has never been in a ladder match, so I have that against
That advantage.
her. My first ladder match, I won. So, I was Money in the Bank winner.
Yeah.
She's never really experienced that.
Interesting.
For those who don't know the ladder match, can you describe that, please?
So we have the championship that was on her shoulder. The Raw Women's Championship will be hanging over the ring. And then you have to basically just climb the ladder and grab it, which sounds easy, but it's very scary up there for one.
Yeah. This is you're painting the
And that's
second
Bianca
floor
down
of a
there.
house. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it looks like at least
More
15 feet up there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Plus, you add the ring, then your own height, and you're 30 feet in the air. Next thing you know.
Yep.
You guys, and it's the truth that we say to everybody. The injury possibility is extraordinary. You'll have to be really solid athletes. You do have a bit of a martial arts training in your background, do you not?
I did karate as a kid.
Okay. Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I've been training for wrestling since I was like 18.
So it's been wrestling since then.
Yeah.
Did you ever study classic, Greco-Roman style, or just?
No, I was going to in high school, but I was also a basketball player, so I just stuck with basketball because it was during the same season.
Okay.
And sometimes I wish I did it, but I'm happy with
You're
the
not
path
hurting
I did.
because you
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah. Well, it's very physical. Like I just came back from an injury, which I got hurt not even performing or anything. I was in the ring, but I was just training.
Yeah.
So being back and being in a big match like this is a first ever women's ladder match for a championship, and I feel like wow. This time last year, I wasn't even walking around. So.
Oh wow!
What was your
It's a
injury?
really big deal. I tore ACL.
Oh,
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And how long does a tear like that take to repair?
It standard is 9 months, but I was out for a year. I
Yeah.
just said it took me a little longer.
I hear that more of it
Oh,
is.
there's my dog Flag.
Oh, the pictures up in the studio of you at home convalescing.
Great name.
Yeah.
It's a great dog name. But
Thank
I hear
you.
mentally is the hardest part about coming back from an ACL, just trusting yourself and
Yeah.
trusting that the recovery, that your navel is going to be, your knee is going to be stable enough
Yeah.
to plant and do all that stuff.
Yeah, that was like what I was most concerned with, I guess. And then, like I said, it took me a little bit longer. So towards the end of my rehab process, the first few times I got in the ring, the next day my leg would be swollen, and I would, you know what? Let me take a couple days. I didn't want to like rush to get back in because wrestling is year round. We don't have any off seasons. I'm not going to miss anything.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to keep going. So I don't need to rush in. If my leg's swollen, I'm too old to now to be like.
It's got to be tough.
Let's
though.
rush it.
We talk to athletes in all sports and the wrestlers and. When that's your deal, that your body is your moneymaker, and of course, obviously, your performing capabilities as well. To me, it would seem like you would just like fight to get in as quickly as you can, and that's where the real substantial injuries occur if you're not giving yourself enough recuperation time. Did you have to teach
Yes.
yourself to hold back and say, okay, I'm just going to do more damage. I've got to play this smartly.
Yeah, I definitely had to learn the hard way, I guess, and even through workouts, sometimes I would. In my years ago, and 5 or 6 years ago, if I was sore and tired, I would still force myself to work out.
Yeah.
But it would only make it worse for when I was wrestling that night or wrestling the next day or whatever. So just had to learn to listen to my body. And definitely now after this injury, I think my body needed a break for so long where it literally made me stop.
Okay.
So now I listen to everything I feel.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, all that recovery, all that training, it's going to come to its fruition as the ladder match is happening at WWE Extreme Rules. And the event is tomorrow, but the ladder match is on Sunday, did you say?
Nope,
Or no,
it's all
it is tomorrow.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
all kinds of, we have like 6 different matches, 6 different stipulations.
Okay.
And we say
night.
all the time, if you've never gone,
so much
I don't
fun.
care what
Even if you don't
think it's
care.
about. I don't think if you go, you have to see
Yeah.
it in person.
Well, especially these ones.
Yeah.
Like I said, every match is a stipulation. So there's all kinds of weapons. There's a fight pit. There's an I Quit match. There's Ronda Rousey is going to be in there in a no holds barred match. So tomorrow night is a big one.
You'll get caught up in it, and what WWE does is they, even when there's a pause, there is no pause.
There is no
There's no
pause.
break. It's
Yeah.
just you're constantly, there's stimuli keeping you entertained the entire time, and I've seen it firsthand. It's a blast. So tickets available at Wells Fargo Center, Philly.com for tomorrow night, WWE Extreme Rules. It's great to see you, Bailey. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you for
And good luck in
having
your
me.
match, all right?
Thank you. I need it.
All right, let's hear it for Bailey, everybody. We'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Quite sensational.
On desserts,
And
or-
now, mind you, I'm not dealing with kids. I'm dealing with one person I can focus in on.
yeah.
So with everything. However, we'll do this thing, and I'll be going out to get milk from the Wawa. So you want anything? And she'll look at me and she'll do this thing we do. She'll go, why don't you surprise me?
Oh.
And I always nail it.
Steve, I could get you dessert.
Yes, you know.
You know what I mean? Like, if Steve was like, "Oh yeah, I'll take dessert," like I would know what to get him.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie.
Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, dark
Chocolate
dark
ice cream.
chocolate.
Yes,
No whipped cream.
No whipped cream.
You can give me anything. I'll eat it.
Yeah, you're more of because you like to try
I like
stuff.
sample.
But your favorite recent is the
pistachios is my favorite.
That's now at the
flavor
top
ice
of the
cream.
list.
Yeah.
In fact, I bought some pistachio gelati.
Yeah.
Gelato, I guess I should say. Last night.
Dessert-wise, you know what's become a little bit overrated is that chocolate lava cake.
Oh, but it's so
Has
good.
become
Why is it
I
overrated?
was just I was
Delicious.
just talking to my wife. I said, "Is there any situation in which chocolate lava cake is not applicable?"
You seen the movie Chef?
Yeah.
When he wigs out on the chocolate lava cake.
What is it? What's he say? Because it's in the middle.
It's a chocolate ganache.
It's
frozen.
Yeah.
It's frozen, and you cook it, and that's how it becomes molten in the middle. He's just this critic doesn't understand how it's made, and he's just wigging out, and he's like, "There's more to it than you think." But yeah, chocolate lava.
A lot of places won't let you do takeout chocolate
lava cake
because it's not going to port well.
Yeah. Right. I can't turn away a bread pudding if I'm out to dinner and that is on the dessert menu. I have to.
So even the Desmond has, it's won Philly's best for their bread pudding, and it is sensational. I know a little bit of the secret of their bread pudding.
Oh,
hot dog rolls.
Hot dog rolls. You know what else? Those Hawaiian rolls.
Yes,
King's Hawaiian. Those ones are really good.
Yep.
And the best dessert I've had in the last couple of years is actually they have
any dessert you don't have to get for your wife.
That one.
All right, I have an actual Kardashian roundup.
Oh, all right.
I got like 3 Kardashian stories here. So.
Think of it as one group flush.
Okay, Kardashian roundup. Here we go.
All right, we're going to round them up for you.
I'm Robert Mitchum, and this is Kardashian Roundup.
Kim shared an amazing throwback video featuring her, Khloe, and Kourtney auditioning for Star Search.
Oh, it was amazing.
Did you see it?
I did.
I've not seen it.
Okay, for what, spokesmodel?
They lip-synced Tiffany's I Think We're Alone Now while wearing matching metallic outfits chosen by Kris Jenner.
Not much has changed because they're still pretending to have talent.
And they were little kids when they did this.
Okay.
She wrote on Instagram, our Star Search audition. Clearly, we didn't get 4 stars, but Kris Jenner did for our outfits. The family matriarch commented on the post and wrote, "Those were the days when I got to dress you guys. I knew I should have been a stylist."
I thought, seeing this video that we're watching, I thought that was Ed McMahon, but it was Khloe.
Speaking of Khloe, she celebrated hitting a social media milestone yesterday, or on Wednesday. She added a photo of herself topless.
What?
In honor of her 178 million Instagram followers.
Okay.
Is that a milestone, 178 million?
No, it's just a reason to drop your top.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right. That was just the excuse for the photo.
It's kind of an arbitrary number, isn't it?
It's not topless.
Yeah, in the photo, well, her hair is covering her
It is
boobs.
topless.
She's not wearing a top, but her top is covered.
Yeah.
I think is what Casey
She is sans top.
With
She is
fake
topless, but
And
her boobs aren't out.
It's covered with fake hair.
Man, I'm looking at these pictures. They just don't look real.
No.
It's so
Just don't look real.
And I do not find this cosmetic surgery look in any way attractive.
Yeah.
I think there are a group of people that do, though.
They do, yes.
And I think it's people who all get plastic surgery and I guess understand it or understand why she wants to get it.
Yeah, body dysmorphia group.
Whatever that commercial is, Steve, that we see on TV with her in it, like she looks like she can't even really move.
Eating popcorn.
You what?
I'm here with my daughter eating popcorn.
You're here with your daughter eating popcorn.
Yeah. And like it just looks so awkward. Like she's like hugging and playing with her daughter, but it's like her face.
Don't touch the face!
Yeah, her face doesn't move.
Don't touch the face!
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me, Chloe. You got a little schmutz here on
Don't
you.
touch! Don't touch! Let it fall off. Let it dry up and fall off.
Don't touch. Don't touch. It might cave in.
Don't touch! Don't touch! Close the windows.
Close the window.
I mean, you got a little something on your lip.
No! No! What did I tell you? I said, don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face. Don't touch mommy's face.
In the photo, Chloe is.
Don't even look at mommy's face. I don't know, the eye beams or something. I don't know.
Eye beams?
I don't know. Maybe there's radiation. I don't know. I'm not willing to take the risk.
I want to remind you that our Love You Help You line is available for your convenience should you be looking to, if you're looking to get a little boost to a business. It's something we've still, we're continuing, even though things have gotten a little bit more back to normal. But they're going back as well, you know.
There's a big conundrum out there, and if I can take this opportunity, Preston, just to give you an idea of what we're looking for, what people are looking for, our friend JP, who used to own the Ugly Moose in Manioc, now owns a place called the Bagataway Tavern in Conshohocken. Listen to what he's looking for. He needs a GM, kitchen manager, servers, bartenders, barbacks, experienced chefs. He's a great guy, great boss, and all those positions are available, and he needs help. He's finding it hard, to keep things running.
Right.
And that's the issue. So if you're looking for work, time has never been better. He actually says you can call him on his phone, his actual phone, which is 484-988-0942. The great place in Conshohocken. But again, if you have a business and you're looking for assistance, anything to help you get up and running. As you said, President, it's eased up a little bit, and hopefully we keep going in a good direction.
Mm-hmm.
But, man, it's wanted signs all over the place.
Wait, did he buy that from the owners, or was he always the owner?
He was always
of
a
that?
co-owner, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's
way.
always been associated with that. The Ugly Moose sadly no longer exists.
Yeah, that was a great place.
It was great.
I
We
loved it there.
That was a cool place.
Yeah.
Let's try and forget about the moose for a moment.
Forget about the moose.
We need.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Ugly moose! Ugly moose!
I really enjoy the intro to the moose clip.
All the mooses are waiting for you.
Hey, which button was that?
It was pink then green.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you forget the moose?
That's
for a moment. Why don't you forget the moose? For a moment.
We need that needs to be a set clip.
That's great.
Yep, we'll have to do that.
Man, this is one of the best shows we've ever had.
And a moose charged a runner. Again, kid you not.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
A moose charged a runner and left him with a hoof print shaped cut on the back of his head.
Oh, that's awful.
Colorado officials
That's just
said.
something to remember me by.
Yeah. The New Mexico man was running on a trail with his two dogs Wednesday when they encountered a moose.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The runner was on a trail. The dogs were off leash about 50 feet in front of the man during the run. They suddenly bolted back toward the man. He stopped and saw the bull moose at about 50 feet. At that point, the dogs ran past him and left the scene. Yeah, they're out, dude.
Yeah.
They're checking out.
You had a story, was it earlier this week or last week, about a woman being, stomped?
Yep, exactly. The man took 2 steps towards the moose to see it better, and that caused it to charge towards the man.
Why don't you forget the moose for a moment?
The moose attacked the runner, giving him minor injuries, and he was taken to the hospital and released the same day. The sheriff said he was very lucky that his only injury is a hoof print shaped laceration on the back of his head.
You bet your ass.
Moose attacks in Colorado are increasing. They are protective animals and will defend their territory and young. Now, I had a moose question earlier this morning, trivia question for the Super Question, and did not know that they're solitary, so they do not have herds of moose.
That's why a lot of them are riders.
They live a lonely existence. And
Oh, that's sad.
Once their offspring are about 18 months old, the cow, the mom, will shun them, like push them away. Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
That's essentially what they do, and then they just kind of roam all alone.
Maybe they're happy, Kath. How do you know?
They are happy.
I guess. I mean, could be happy alone. I don't know. It just seems sad to not have any family or friends.
All right, how about this?
Poor things.
Police.
One is the loneliest number that you ever moosed.
So we'll go through some stories here for you, starting with Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum. They are officially a couple.
Yeah!
Us Weekly has confirmed it. This comes after weeks of rumors. A source exclusively tells us of the actors Channing and Zoe are dating. They connected while working on their upcoming film, Pussy Island.
Pussy Island.
Yes.
Yes. which is we have yet to determine what Pussy Island is about.
Nope.
We assume it's an island that looks like a large vagina.
No, it might be cats.
Oh, that's true. Yes, cats, of course.
Oh.
So this is perfect timing because just by happenstance over the weekend, I watched the second Magic Mike movie. And Nick, you said you saw that.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't quite get it, but and I'm not sure what exactly I watched. I felt like I went to the whole movie is basically a male dance review.
You're not sure if it's a movie.
It seems like there's really nothing there.
Yeah.
Other
There's
than
no story. It's just the show.
a lot of sitting around talking, and then a lot of pelvic thrusting into women's faces, and big presentations. And I can't say that I hated it.
I went with two women, and they loved it. So we all left the theater in a good mood because they were in a great mood. So why not? A little eye candy.
There's stuff, Nick, and you'll agree to this, that Channing Tatum does to these women, like Preston standing on the chair, thrusting, flipping around. You would F someone in half if that's the way you approach sex.
Speaking of Channing Tatum, totally different than the movie. What was it that you just mentioned? Magic Mike 2.
Yes.
My daughter turned me on to a movie that Channing Tatum is in, and it's called The Book of Life. I had never seen it. It's an animated movie, and it's great. And he voices one of the main characters.
He's really talented. He's good.
Guillermo del Toro produced it, and it's really, really well done, but I had never seen it. It's no Pussy Island.
I was so intrigued by Pussy Island, if anyone has any idea what it's about.
It might be cats, man, because you know some of those island nations. Remember when we were on Anguilla or St. Martin? It was overrun with cats.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. So it very well could be that. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in St. Lucia,
near the Butthole Islands,
they had these little. I mean, at the resort that we were at, they had a bunch of different
Butthole
restaurants. A bunch of different restaurants, and there were definitely cats at the restaurants. Not our maitre d's.
No,
but,
Case, for the longest time, so you're familiar with Dirty Dancing, obviously, the Catskills. If you ever went up to a resort in upstate New York, around the restaurant, in the actual place where you were eating, cats were walking because they were there to take care of the mice problem.
Yeah,
and so
I'd rather have cats than mice and rats.
Here's the conceit of Pussy Island. Frida, who is Kravitz, is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King, who's Channing Tatum.
Slater King, that sounds like a name.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's plugs. This one got an email about a former intern of ours. Her name is Nicole Saunders. Her last name is now Roche or Roche. Mother of 3, and in July, Nicole was diagnosed with stage 4 cervical cancer. She's also the caregiver of her mother who suffers with dementia. And then listen to this. Her middle son, Wesley, 4 years old, just diagnosed with metastatic kidney cancer.
What?
They're getting hit with a lot of stuff.
It's unbearable.
Wesley, the young boy, is currently staying at SHOP. Nicole and her husband, Alex, are both self-employed, and they have these mounting medical bills. It's just beating them up really hard. So she's diagnosed stage 4 cervical cancer, and then the 4-year-old with metastatic kidney cancer. So they're going through a lot. A friend has set up a GoFundMe page. Marissa has posted this on PrestonandSteve.com. If you can help out, please help out because they're in a tough spot.
That's God bless them. I don't know how you deal with all that, but obviously this is why they need the help. So
yep. So just go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on Marissa. What would that be under community, under events?
Yeah, if you go to WMR.com, you click the menu and you go to events and community, and it's right there. We'll share it up on our socials as well too.
Okay, and then there's another one. This is an event that's taking place this weekend, and it was a tragedy, but they're trying to get something positive out of this. It's taking place Sunday in Limerick at the Limerick Fire Department. It's called Keegan's Touch a Truck, held in the memory of Keegan, who unexpectedly passed away in his sleep last year. He passed away 6 days after his first birthday, sadly on what was supposed to be the day of his birthday party. So his family's hosting the event to finally give Keegan the second birthday celebration he deserves. I'm sorry, I'm getting
I read this
choked
email.
up while I'm reading this,
and I was like, "Are you kidding me? This is terrible."
So he was. It was declared sudden, unexplained death in childhood SUDC is what that's called. And so the money's going to raise is going to go towards the foundation, the SUDC Foundation, in hope of one day finding an answer to why Keegan is no longer with us. So you can bring your family, especially the little ones, and they're going to have fire trucks and police cars and construction and utility trucks and all this stuff, because I guess he must have loved this stuff. All kids love these things.
Yeah.
So that is on Sunday, 11 to 3. The Limerick Fire Department on Ridge Pikes. Real big, beautiful fire department. You can't miss it. So we want to send people in that direction. The weather looks great this weekend, so if you can go out there, they would greatly appreciate it. So we have that on PrestonandSteve.com as well. So click on events and then community, and you'll find that information. We need to do the bizarre file right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you this morning by Primo Hoagies. Watching the game with some friends this week? Well, score big and serve in style with Primo Hoagies. You can order online at primohoagies.com. It's not just a hoagie. It is a Primo. All right, we'll begin with a fairly short one. How about this one? Okay, I normally don't lead with somebody doing something like this. In fact, I've never heard of this. Okay. An Eastern Washington rancher has been sentenced to 11 years in prison by a federal judge. So 11 years in prison. And this is for a massive ghost cattle scam that defrauded Tyson Foods and another company out of more than $244 million.
It's another catastrophe.
Yes, there you go, buddy.
Cody Easterday was sentenced in federal court for what the judge is calling the biggest theft or fraud I've seen in my career.
Does a ghost cow go moo or boo?
I think it's moo. Prosecutors contend Easterday had fraudulently charged the companies for approximately 265,000 head of cattle that didn't exist.
Man.
And destroyed his family's ranching empire in the
Sure,
process.
yeah.
He amassed significant personal wealth, yet he wanted more, so he defrauded his victims of nearly $250 million by charging for cattle that never existed. The judge also ordered him to pay $244 million in restitution.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Served 3 years of probation after he's released from prison. He and his business, Easterday Ranchers, entered into agreements with Tyson Foods and other companies whereby Easterday Ranches agreed to purchase and feed cattle on their behalf under these agreements. The victims advanced Easterday's Ranches the cost of buying and raising the cattle. So he got this advance, essentially, for stuff that he didn't even have, and he ended up spending a whole bunch of it, but I'd never heard of that before.
It's like a beef Ponzi scheme.
Yeah. Milk them for everything.
Yeah. I like that.
Well, that's good, Casey. Let's see. This is a terrible story. A young woman who accidentally died at Liverpool's historic Adelphi Hotel was crushed by a wardrobe after waking in the middle of the night and mistaking it for the bathroom door.
So she went to open it and it tumbled over onto her?
Fell on her.
Jeez.
Chloe Haynes, 21 years old, was found dead in the famed city hotel after emergency services rushed to the scene following a safety concern. Her mother...
There's the ambulance heading over there.
Her mother, Nicola, had revealed that the wardrobe is believed to have fallen off of the wall and crushed her windpipe.
That's...
She said, it looks like she got out of bed confused, not knowing where she is, and opened the wardrobe door, maybe thinking that it's the bathroom door or the exit or the room, and it was a big, old, heavy wardrobe, and it fell on her and crushed her windpipe. So that's why, listen, if you have a heavy piece of furniture like that, you got to secure it to the wall.
Yeah. So a lot of times, now this is obviously something that was older in the house and may not have had the option, but when you get something now of a large size like that, they usually come with an attachment that secures it to the wall.
Yep, you can anchor
it. Did it indicate whether she was intoxicated or not?
She was, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she had been out drinking, but still.
No, I know, but my
What a
roommate...
way to go.
Well, my roommate my freshman year fell off of his desk because he was drinking. He thought he was climbing back into bed. So it was like very similar. And you
got to be way out of it for that. Yeah.
Well, he'd peed in his closet first. But anyway.
What a wonderful night.
That
Thank you,
happens a fair
Preston.
amount.
Yep.
All right. Also, here's a short one. 34-year-old man is dead after attempting to do a handstand on a balcony at a Myrtle Beach hotel. Willard, no, who is Willard here?
That's a rat.
No, the coroner is Tamara Willard.
Oh.
Said that Markle Hope of Akron, Ohio, fell from a 15th floor balcony at the Patricia Grand Hotel in South Carolina, apparently trying to do a handstand. So I don't know if this guy was drunk too, but he died at the scene of his injuries, and his death has been considered.
Was it worth it?
Accidental. Here's another interesting building story. A viral video shows a man in a suit jumping between awnings atop a New York City high-rise. The daredevil eventually climbed onto a 23rd story window of the building. I saw the pictures.
It'll give you vertigo.
It looks insane.
Yeah,
He's way up there. The businessman seemed to be on a phone call as he begins jumping. He finishes the call, leaps 4 times, then goes back inside. Eric Young, who filmed the video, posted the death-defying scene on Instagram. He was already hopping around from awning to awning when we first saw him, he said. So it's crazy.
Yeah, he was apparently checking for leaks in the roof.
Is that what he was doing?
That was the deal? Yeah, he was actually contracted to go up and fight these leaks.
All righty then. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, our next guest is on the line. She's a wonderful performer. And we've had, I think in the years past, we've talked to her before. But she's on to speak of The Good House. We were just talking to Marina Baccarin the other day. The film stars her and Sigourney Weaver and Kevin Kline and our guest. Please welcome Beverly D'Angelo to the show.
Hey!
Hello, Beverly. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. I'm going to be in that area pretty soon in December.
Ooh.
Chevy Chase and I are doing Steel City Con just outside of Pittsburgh.
Oh, that's awesome. That's fantastic.
Okay, look, I'm a big truth in advertising. All right.
Okay, do tell.
It is starring Kevin Kline, Sigourney Weaver, the wonderful Marina, Paul Guilfoyle is in it too. They're great. Bob Delaney. I'm only in this for a few minutes.
It does still matter. There's no small, no small parts, just small actors. I'm sure you shine in the movie.
I'll tell you, here's the thing. The book, fantastic. The script, fantastic. To be in the same room with Sigourney Weaver, witnessing, her turn in a performance that is Oscar caliber, and be part of a story that's a really cool story. It's about a person who, it's kind of a memory piece, but her life is disintegrating, and you watch her meet those challenges and come through it and find love. I mean, that's it in a nutshell. And it's a beautiful piece. It's dramatic. It's important. And it's cool to watch.
We love movies like this. We were telling Marina that, and the whole an ensemble of this level, and everyone has their stories, and everyone has they're not black or white. There's issues to everyone's life, and I love seeing things that are involved like that, where you're drawn into this town and into the lives of these people.
Yeah, it is. It's great. I want people to see it. But really, I'm only in it for a little bit.
All right, we will know that going in.
All right.
So.
But who are you in the film, Beverly? What role do you play?
It's her name's Mamie Lang, and I'm a childhood friend of hers who has not stopped drinking.
Okay.
Are you a bit of an enabler?
An enabler, yeah.
Okay.
One of the an enabler. It's the Sigourney's character really struggles with alcoholism.
Okay.
That's part of what it's about.
Beverly, we have to bring up the fact we've been talking about the passing of Loretta Lynn, and how phenomenal you were in Coal Miner's Daughter as Patsy Cline. And any memories you're able to share of that whole period?
Absolutely. Well, that was a real life changer for me. That was I loved being a part of that movie, and I knew about Patsy Cline because I'd started out as a singer, and so I knew about her. But kind of she'd faded from public consciousness, so to be able to bring her up again, and that was really coming from Loretta, because Patsy was so important to Loretta, and I knew that. So when I went down to Nashville to do the pre-record for the soundtrack with Owen Bradley, who'd been Patsy and Loretta Lynn's original producer, I got the word I was going to meet Loretta, and I went to this little office, and I walked in, and she said, well, you don't look like Patsy. And I thought, oh, no, what am I going to do? But, I had started out as a singer, all over the place and in bars. So I knew a little bit about how to get somebody's attention, and I was confident in my singing. So I said, well, can I sing a song for you? And she said, yeah, sure. So I had to turn around, though. I couldn't look her eye, because if I would have seen any judgment or any letdown, I think I would have just lost it. So I sang Walking After Midnight, and when I turned around, she said, well, sure.
And that was it.
That'll do.
That is great. That is awesome, because the role Sissy Spacek and you all got massive kudos, deservedly so, but that it don't turn that way.
I was just so sad to see Loretta go, though, because all the cliches, like people you won't meet anybody like her again, and she was a force of nature. Those things are really true. I mean, her life story, to be born into that kind of poverty, be married at 15, 6 kids by 30, go from that to influencing a whole world. And, it was really, she said it was her and Patsy, but it's true. It was her and Patsy. But, changing the face of what a woman was, what a female singer was in country music, and the stories that she told. And she did all that, keeping her authenticity intact. And I just, we really will not see the likes of her again. So it was certainly the passing of a great woman, and who did something that I can't imagine anybody else ever doing.
And the film is fantastic. It's such a great representation. We were telling some of our coworkers that haven't seen it that you need to see this movie. It still stands. It's still a wonderful film.
It got an Oscar for it. It got 8 Oscar nominations. It's a great movie and a wonderful tribute to Loretta.
Beverly, before we do let you go here in a moment, I saw a trailer for a film yesterday. That gave me so much joy. I was laughing so hard when I saw the trailer for Violent Night, and you're in this film.
Check it out.
Oh my God,
it's going to be great.
It's David Harbour's in it. You're in the film with him, and I didn't even know it was him at first, and then I was just absolutely cracking up.
Listen, I have news for you. The trailer is excellent, and the trailer lets you know about this little girl who's very much part of the heartbeat and all the action stuff, but it's wider ranging than that.
Okay.
It really is. I mean, there's this film is a genre shifter.
Oh, yeah?
It's got action and comedy and heartbeat and blood and love. It covers everything. The trailer is a great enticement, but what's waiting for you in the theaters is huge.
We're so excited for it.
I cannot wait. Excellent. All right, but in the meantime, we have The Good House, and it's out in theaters now, and we will send people to see that as well. So it's great to talk to you. I'm sorry.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, and Merry Christmas to you, too.
Yes.
Thank you, Beverly. We appreciate the call this morning. Take care, okay?
Okay,
all right, we'll see you later. There she goes. Beverly D'Angelo. So I don't know if you... I'm telling you, Kathy, you heard me laughing.
Heard you. Yes,
I
I
was
did.
just, and at me at 5:30 to get me to laugh that loud, I was cracking up. I think we have some audio.
We do
of
have
that
the
from
audio.
yesterday,
Yes.
Casey, if you can pull that up, because it was just.
I love it.
I'm so glad you sent that to me, Steve.
We now have within a couple of years.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna love this no matter what it is. Violent Night. Between Fat Man and this.
Yeah.
2 great violent Santa movies.
Yeah. Let's play a little bit of this. Here we go.
You have $300 million in your personal vault. That's what I want for Christmas.
Santa, are you there?
Yeah. He's like, oh, yeah. There's this scene. I don't want to give too much away. This is the only one I'll tell you, though. But he's standing there, and one of these, terrorists or whatever, these robbers is. Obviously, he's they've had a fight, and he takes a candy cane, he sticks it in his mouth, and by the time he pulls it out, it's sharpened on the end, and he just jams it through the guy's face.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! It is so good.
God, I hope he does. I hope Harbor does.
Yes,
his thing. Yeah,
he's the best.
Yeah,
sorry, I just glanced at the clock.
Here it is, MMR's Yoo-hoo Loot. Now, listen up. Here's your keyword.
All right, the word is conquest. I'll spell that for you. Conquest. 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 You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. There are 3 ways to do this. You can text it to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or you can enter it via the MMR app or at WMMR.com. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by Horizon Services. So again, the word is conquest. Conquest. So good luck for you there. We have got some more. I just solicited for a contest. I'm not going to give this away right now, but when we come back, I probably will. But our friends from Red Robin are here, and I just want to mention that once again. Backed by popular demand is the Red Robin Cheesy Bacon Fondue Effin' Burger. I added the effin' part. Fire grilled beef burger topped with American cheese, hardwood smoked bacon, and mayo on a toasted brioche bun, served with cheesy bacon fondue for dipping and bottomless steak fries. Oh, yeah. That's my regular Saturday night.
It's going to be your regular Saturday night.
All right, let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. I'll do some giveaways with that when we return, but we've also got lesson, question, trash, and music news, that stuff coming up. Stay there. Despite the epic setting, beautiful people, ever-flowing champagne, and late-night dance parties, Frida can sense that there's more to this island than meets the eye, something she can't quite put her finger on.
On. Steve.
I can't put my finger in it.
On it.
Oh, on it.
On it.
You still have it wrong.
But it says it's something terrifying.
I'm sure it is.
Those are the last.
You remember the first time?
It was a little scary.
Wait a second. I'm up to my wrist.
What am I doing here?
I'm up to my elbow.
A little scary that first time. Succulent.
I handle my succulent.
Yes. That's the main reason I brought this up. I was hoping that
Mandy would join.
All about the succulents.
Not watering enough.
My index fingers around my nipples.
Oh my God. And that wet ass succulent.
Wet ass succulent.
Interesting.
You had me at wet ass.
I know.
On the Hallmark Channel tonight.
Wet
Wet
ass.
ass succulents. I inherited my grandmother's succulent shop. And here comes Brick Laser, the new man in town.
Brick Laser?
His child died of some disease. I don't know. I never knew the kid. It doesn't matter. And he helps me with my succulents.
With the flashlight thing, an easier way, if you are doing some work and you need to use it and your hands are full and something like that, you can ask Siri to turn it on and off for you if you want to.
No.
You don't
What,
have
the
to.
flashlight?
Yeah.
Show me.
I'll show you.
Stop it.
Yeah. Hey,
Get out of here.
I'm talking to Siri, will you, please? Hey, Siri, turn on the flashlight. Here you go. You ready?
Oh, my.
Did mine go on?
Hey, Siri, turn the flashlight off. Yeah. There you go.
Oh,
It's on.
wow.
So if your hands are full, you can use it, or if it's sitting in a position where you need it on or off at certain times, you can just use that hands-free function.
Dude, thank you so
I didn't know
much.
that. I came across some, Siri tricks that you can do online. And I was like, well,
You didn't
son
know.
of a bitch.
I knew that when I was 12.
A historic milestone has been reached by writer-director Nia DaCosta. She is the first black female director to have a film debut in the #1 spot in the U.S. box office with Candyman.
Nice.
She co-wrote the sequel to the original 1992 horror film with Jordan Peele, casting all black leads and addressing elements of racism throughout the film. The movie is also the second highest grossing 3-day opening for a black female director, right behind Ava DuVernay for A Wrinkle in Time. Candyman is currently in theaters.
I saw a tweet that was really funny about Candyman, and it's true. It's like Candyman he's a reasonable person. Just don't say his name, and he'll stay out of your life.
Yeah,
it's as simple as
you
that.
say it a couple times. You got to say it 5 times in front of a mirror. Otherwise, he'll leave you the F alone.
He's just minding his own business.
Just being all Candyman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you say his name, and then why? Now I got.
Well, you want me?
But why does that bother him so much?
Well, I don't know.
Well, he's got issues. I mean, he's
he
not
says,
innocent.
keep my name out your mouth. Is what he said.
That's basically it, man.
So, but if I were to say your name 5 times, you wouldn't come and kill me.
No,
Well, it depends
he
on
would
how
give you a
say
kiss
it.
on the forehead.
Yeah.
That's right. Go ahead. Go ahead. Say my name 5
Casey
times.
boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy, Casey boy. I think I said 5 times. I just got a kiss on the forehead. That was nice.
Say my name 5 times.
A different kind of thing.
That would be the worst horror movie ever.
This is not scary.
Yeah.
It's a little creepy, I
Said this
guess.
guy's name in the bathroom mirror, and it came out and kissed my forehead.
I don't understand.
I was sitting here minding my own business. You
I
summoned
did
me
it.
to kiss your
I went and
forehead.
did it.
Keep my name out your mouth.
Well, that kind of made my day.
There you
It
go,
honestly
buddy.
did. So thanks, pal. I
Well,
appreciate
I was
that.
just relaying the legend.
But right now, it's
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. Way yeah, way yeah.
all right. So yesterday,
There you go. There you go. There you go.
yesterday, how did this even come up? I forgot.
Well, Steve sang his jingle, and then you guys
Oh, that's
commented
right.
on Peter Pan,
Yeah,
and I
it's-
said Peter Pan is an inferior peanut butter, and Preston, you took umbrage with
I
that
took
statement.
offense to that.
Yes, which you grew up on it.
Yeah, I grew up in a Peter Pan household.
Yeah, and so Casey and I were defending the honor of Jif, and I said that Jif is my favorite, although we'll see if that's actually true.
And then I said, well, at least we can all agree that Skippy sucks. And then Kathy jumped in, so we all took sides.
But here's
Or did Steve, do you take a side at all?
Yes, I agreed. I agreed with Kathy. Kathy is her pirate
Stevie.
name. Yeah. I also, believe it or not, I think Peter Pan has merit.
Okay.
So
all right.
I'm kind of Switzerland in this because I think everything has merit.
Here's the thing for me. I think I'll definitely be able to identify the Skippy, but I honestly don't eat any other peanut butter but that, so I don't know if I'll be able to decipher between Peter Pan and Jif.
I don't think I've ever had Peter Pan.
So, all right. So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see, A, if you can identify what it is.
Right. Okay.
And B, rank which you think is the best one.
So
Okay.
we have.
I think
we have
all peanut butter's great.
Yeah.
I do too. I'm a big. I can't ever remember saying, "Oh, that's terrible peanut butter."
Except maybe some of the natural ones. If you're really in the mood for the super sweet peanut butter, it can be a minor letdown. But I do like those too.
And by the way, the 3 spoons that we have here, fortunately, only equal like 1,000 calories.
Oh my God! Peanut butter is insanely high in calories.
It's great for protein.
Yes.
It's great for if you're just gonna stop at like half a spoonful.
Yeah.
That's fine. No one does.
Yeah, but who can do
And
that?
so you have 45,000 calories.
I think like a tablespoon is like 80 calories.
Yeah,
Kathy.
yeah.
Or maybe
Oh,
more,
no,
maybe
it's
like
more than-
110 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Here's the deal, and I don't want to besmirch peanut butter. I hope peanut butter's not listening right now, but I think peanut butter is only good when it's accompanied by something else.
Milk?
Peanut butter
I don't
by
agree.
itself. This is my opinion.
Yeah.
I feel like peanut butter needs something else to shine.
Some type of bread.
No, some type of, well, maybe bread, yes, but I don't even like peanut butter sandwiches, but like a jelly, a honey, a pretzel.
I can do just peanut butter on an English muffin, on a piece of toast.
Absolutely.
Stuff like
you could
that.
put it so especially when you have it on a fresh out of the toaster.
Yes.
And it melts. Yeah, we're looking at the
Jesus.
calorie.
That's 2 tablespoons.
That's 2.
Two
So,
tablespoons, 188
about
calories.
90.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we have a clear spoon. Casey, give me some music because we're just going to be sitting here smacking our lips.
Peanut butter jelly time.
People are going to hate that. All right. So try the white spoon. And see,
which one first?
Clear.
Clear. The clear. Yeah.
All right.
Do you have your scoring sheet?
I do. Yes, I do.
All right. Now, if you're one of those people that hates the sound of smacking lips,
You're
going to
hate this.
You're going to absolutely detest this.
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
Is it? Can we comment, or is this a contest?
I think I know what that is. No, it's a contest. Don't comment.
No comment.
Okay.
Okay. I think I know what that
I think I know what that one is too. All right. When you're done.
Wait.
We don't have any palate cleansers either. So.
Oh, I do. Well, I got water. You got water.
Yeah.
Can I tell you? I know which one is my Skippy before I even taste it, just by the look of it.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be impressed if that's the
Kathy,
case.
that's how I felt.
Now I'm gonna
about
try.
not about Skippy, but about
Are we
you.
doing 1 to 10 or 1 to 5 for rating numerical taste?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go through all 3 of them before I decide which one I like best.
But 1 to 10, is that the?
Let's do 1 to 10.
All right, now white spoon.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh.
Okay. God, it's all good.
Okay.
Also good.
Oh my God, I got too much in my mouth now.
Yeah.
It
You hear that
can
in porn movies.
be like a full-on paste. All right, I think I know what that is.
Okay.
I may change my answer, but
You can. We just have to when we do the final tally. All right, and then I'm gonna turn this music up so people don't hear us going.
This is a lot. This is a lot harder than I thought.
yeah.
By the way, I want you to know that I wrote down my Skippy answer before I even tasted it.
All right, just on site. All right, we're doing the yellow spoons now, correct?
Yeah.
Yellow.
Colored, whatever
Colored.
your color is.
All right, mine's red. I'm like, oh no.
To be honest, they all pretty much taste the same to me. I can't really clearly, definely pick out a difference between those, but I'm just jotting down.
Skippy's creamier than the other two.
It is. Okay.
That's what I think.
Honestly.
All right, now rate the taste.
All right.
All right, rate your taste here.
Oh.
1 to 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or should you just do 1, 2, 3? Which one you like best?
All right. Yeah, let's do that.
Best to worst. 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
I've actually surprised myself.
One being the best.
I may be a changed man.
Okay.
I'm trying not to use my
Penis?
predetermined, my bias, my predetermined decision on what I was saying yesterday to influence. But if I'm wrong,
That's a sign of a man looking to evolve.
well, I would like to. Life's about change, Steve.
Okay. So,
All right,
real quick, do we want to say what we thought was the best tasting one first?
No. Here's why I think the way we should roll this out. Now, Marissa's the only one who knows the answers.
Right.
I think we all say what we think number 1 is.
Okay.
And then she'll reveal what it is. And then we all say what we think number 2 is and so on. Okay. And see if we get it right. All right. I thought number 1 was Jif.
I too thought number 1 was Jif.
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Wow.
So again, I don't know the difference between Jif and Peter Pan, so I went Peter Pan.
Okay. And Nick?
I thought number 1 was Jif.
Okay. And Marissa, what is number 1?
Confirming that number 1 is the clear spoon.
Yes. Number 1 is the clear spoon.
It's Peter Pan.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Mind blown.
Dude, hang on, because all right, never mind.
Well, we'll find out at the end.
All right.
I think I know what you're going to say.
Oh my God!
All right.
The world is upside
So I
down.
was the only one that got it right, by the way.
You were?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, you said you're right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy gets it. All right. So for the white spoon, the second one, I thought that was Skippy.
I thought that was Peter Pan.
Okay.
I thought it was Skippy.
Yep.
Jif.
All right.
Skippy.
And what is number 2?
Kathy wins again. It's
I identified Skippy before I even tasted it. I knew it by the look.
Unreal.
Wow.
Okay.
So that was Jif.
That was Jif, and then the
number
colored-
3 I had is Peter Pan.
And number
That's-
3, I had
Peter.
Skippy.
Yeah, Steve,
sorry.
I had his
Steve, you
Peter
and I
Pan.
had all 3 the same.
Same thing. Yeah.
So did I had the same as you, Preston, and I am just my world's upside down. I was wrong with what I said yesterday.
Well, wait till you get to the taste.
Yeah.
Well, hang on a second.
Wait till you get to the taste because then it's inverted my perception.
All right, so hang on a second. So the colored spoon was Skippy.
Also, the guy that says, "Oh yeah, what if somebody called my mama a whore?
Is she?
Is she?"
And then he snaps the pencil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I oughta.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's do something else. Let's ask a question and give away a prize. We have a lesson question, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets for the Flyers home opener Thursday, October 13th at the Wells Fargo Center. The question is as follows. It's Tico Torres' birthday today.
Yes, it is.
What other two people should he hang out with? 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer to that. All right, who does Tico Torres get to hang out with on his birthday? 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
This morning, it is brought to you by Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia, and they present comedian Jay Moore coming Saturday, October 8th. Tickets are on sale at livecasinophilly.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. What's going on, Steve?
Well, former Miss Universe Olivia Culpo revealing that her ex-boyfriend made her feel less than human. Culpo says there were times he acted as if she wasn't the most beautiful woman in the universe.
Oh, my
It's gotta kill you.
God.
Taylor Swift's new song titled Look What You Made Me Do is reportedly another veiled diatribe about former boyfriend Jake Gyllenhaal. For his part, Gyllenhaal says he should have dated a pit bull because they eventually let go. And finally, Gisele Bündchen. TMZ reporting that Gisele Bündchen left Tom Brady because she feared he would develop CTE if he continued to play football. Bündchen says she feared Brady had early signs of brain damage after swearing he saw Gary Busey pleasuring himself on a park bench.
Oh, my God. Wow.
You remember that picture of him?
I do remember that picture, yeah. All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the lesson question this morning, and we need to find out. It's Tico Torres' birthday. Who else should he hang out with? 215-263-WMMR. We are going to go to Brendan and see if we can get an answer. Hey, Brendan, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
Good, buddy. All right, so Tico Torres should hang out with what other two people?
Taco and Tito.
Yes. Well done. Taco and Tito hanging out with Tico Torres. Brendan is walking away with some tickets to see the Flyers home opener. It's Thursday, October 13th, Wells Fargo Center. And the Flyers return to the ice for the 2022-23 home opener presented by Smart Water. And with a matchup, it's against New Jersey Devils on October 13th. And all fans get a Flyers home opener t-shirt. Tickets are on sale now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. Now, before I enter into music news, let me give away $50 Red Robin gift cards.
Nice.
I will take callers 8 and 9 at 215-263-WMMR. You can enjoy delicious burgers for the whole family at Red Robin near you. Red Robin. Yum. All right, we'll do the music news now.
Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by...
Wait.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Brought to you this morning by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, focused on being the best at one thing and getting it right every time. Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One love. We'll begin with the fact that out today is Omens, the 9th studio album by 5-time Grammy Award nominated Lamb of God. The 10-song set was produced by Josh Wilbur, who worked with Lamb of God on 4 previous albums. And it was recorded at Henson Studios in Hollywood.
Jim Henson?
What's that?
Jim Henson?
No. Well, it's a good question. So frontman D. Randall Blythe talked about recording there. He said that he's not particularly fond of the recording studio process, but he found working at Henson, actually, which was established by Charlie Chaplin and later became A&M Records home, to be very inspiring. He said, I tried to sort of internalize that vibe, the history of the place. It was also really cool because they had Charlie Chaplin's private screening room. So my girl was out there, and as Henson owns the studio, here you go. Henson had the Muppets. And of course, he said, of course, there. And they had a bunch of killer dark crystal memorabilia.
Oh, that's cool.
Like full-size Skeksis.
Yes.
I don't know dark crystal.
Some of the beings that populate the movie.
And puppets from it. So I got to watch the Dark Crystal with my girl, just me and her, in Charlie Chaplin's private screening room. It was very interesting. He showed Winston Churchill movies there, so it was a really cool feeling. He said,
Did they play Churchill's Kung Fu movie?
"No, I didn't."
That's really cool.
I didn't even know that existed.
I'm going to karate chop your face.
So they're happy to be presenting this album, and Lamb of God will celebrate Omen's release today with a performance at the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento, California. Physical copies of Slipknot's new album have the wrong title on the cover. Oh, no. One fan updated.
You might have a collector's item, Kathy.
Yeah, a photo of their vinyl copy of the album that showed the title "The End for Now." The album is actually entitled "The End So Fan."
The End So Fan?
I have a feeling that's a typo.
Wait, yeah.
What? Yeah, I assume it should be "The End So Far."
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's a typo in my copy as well as in it. Okay. Throughout the comment section, other fans confirmed that their copy had the misprint as well. One person noted that they purchased every variant that the album was available in, and each of them had the misprint. Another person added the cassette version contained this error too. Corey Taylor addressed the misprint when asked about it, and he said that "The End So Far" was always the intended title for the record, but that somebody effed up and didn't double check with them.
So this is "The End So Fart"?
No. Oh. "The End So Far," but "The End for Now" is what some of these people got. While promoting his new hit album, Patient Number 9, Ozzy Osbourne touched upon lead members of Van Halen. He spoke about the band, who famously opened for, and according to many, stole the show from Black Sabbath back in 1978. He recalled to Revolver magazine, "Eddie was such a great guy. They came to our local pub, and it was good fun. But David Lee Roth, he's lost a couple of nuts and bolts," is what he said.
Ozzy is saying
Ozzy is saying this. He said, he said, when you meet him, it's like, what's wrong with him? He's like somewhere else, you know? Regarding Eddie's long-rumored rivalry with Ozzy's late great guitarist, Randy Rhoads, Ozzy admitted they were arch enemies. He said Randy didn't have a lot to say about Eddie. They were very, very similar guitar players. Eddie took that tapping thing to another level. He said Randy could do that, but he liked people like Leslie West. And it amazes me that you get Eddie, you get Randy, and you go, no one's ever going to top that. But there's a new thing around every corner.
Yeah, it's true.
Ozzy spoke frankly about his relationship with fellow Black Sabbath co-founder Tommy Iommi, who's but one of several guitarists that lend their work to Patient Number 9.
It's complicated.
Ozzy revealed, "Tony, God bless him, he comes to my rescue. And in actual fact, since we've made up, he's been really supportive, calls me regularly to see how I'm doing." He went on to say, if it wasn't for Tony Iommi, there never would have been a Black Sabbath. We've had arguments, we've fallen out, we've made up. It's just like a marriage. You get divorced, you get back together. But Tony Iommi and I can never deny this. There's not a man on the face of the earth that comes up with these gutty, dark, heavy riffs. He's the king of the riffs, he said. The estate of late Ramones frontman Joey Ramone has sold a stake of his publishing rights and non-exclusive rights to the singer's name and likeness for $10 million.
$10 million?
$10 million.
$10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million, $10 million.
That's like a billion.
According to the...
Like a billion? It's like a billion.
According to the Wall Street Journal, the acquisition was part of a much larger $2 billion partnership.
It's like a billion.
But two of them.
There's two of them. Between independent publisher Primary Wave Music and investment company Brookfield Asset Management.
That seems actually kind of light for that.
It does, but they had gone back and forth on this deal like 9 times.
9 times?
Yeah.
9 times.
Well, it says
9 times.
It says a stake of his publishing rights.
Okay.
So I don't know what all that means. I don't know if it means all of it or not.
Steak was what he used to eat every Saturday night.
Joe,
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Joey's brother, Mitchell Hyman, better known as musician Mickey Lee, said in a statement announcing the deal, "I'm happy to welcome Primary Wave as partners in my brother's interest in Ramones. I'm thoroughly convinced of their eagerness to perpetuate his legacy and their sincerity about doing it in a way that will never compromise his credibility. I very much am looking forward to working with them.
The great thing about Ramones music for commercial applications is that it gets right into it. All the songs, there's no big lead in.
And then finally, Daily Rush video, new one, and it is when Larkin Poe came by here. One of my favorite musical mornings ever on the Preston and Steve show. The sisters stop in. It couldn't have been nicer. Rebecca and Megan played Holy Ghost Fire, and then they played Strike Gold, which had never, ever been played in public before. First time ever right here on our show.
It was a world premiere. They were actually listening from the Vatican.
Was it? I did not know that. But they actually had the handwritten lyrics so they wouldn't forget the words.
That's awesome.
It's such a new song. They also tell how the Bonnie Raitt blessed their guitar. They tell us that story. So be the first to see the newest Daily Rush videos by subscribing to your YouTube channel. Our YouTube channel, not yours. I'm sure yours is great.
Subscribe to yours too, though. Find out what you've been up to.
Yeah, if you haven't smashed that subscribe button on your own account,
smash it.
Smash it.
With a hammer.
Wow. Yeah. Sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. You can learn more at Xfinity.com. And that's it. That's all I have in music news for you. We have one final break to take. We're going to do that. We'll come back. We'll give away the Word of the Week prize, turn it over to Pierre, and let you get into your weekend. We'll be back in just a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
I got Skippy right, and I'm so glad that we did this blind taste test because I'll reveal something a little bit later.
All right, so I ranked as the best tasting one as number one, and it turns out that that is Peter Pan.
Right, which is what you said yesterday.
Which is what I said, yeah. Okay.
Preston, I rated as the best tasting the third, the colored spoon.
So Skippy.
Which is what you and I said, Steve.
Yes, yeah.
And I did the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. Thinking that the white spoon was Peter Pan, I ranked that the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif that was the best in my eyes, my mouth. And I just want to point out that I also, not knowing anything, that I ranked Skippy as the worst tasting flavor.
Okay.
Not knowing anything. But I really thought that Peter Pan was going to be the best. And as it turns out, it was Jif.
Well, let me tell you, Peter Pan, to Kathy, I think is the sweetest.
Yeah, so I picked Skippy as number one as best tasting, and then the other two, again, not really knowing the difference, I did not like 3 at all. That was Jif. So I went, Peter Pan was number 2 for me.
I believe Peter Pan does have the most sugar of all 3.
Really?
No, Kath, you said number 3 was Jif. Number 3 was...
No. I rated Jif number 3 in taste.
Okay.
So I didn't like the Jif. I liked the Peter Pan better.
Marissa, by the way, how did our Twitter poll turn out? Because that should be done by now. It was 24 hours ago, roughly, that we did that.
That's a good question. I'll pull it up right now.
So she put the 3 out, and at the beginning, Peter Pan was just getting crapped on. And I took
Here,
a
it
little
looks like it's up here on the screen.
All right, so the results are in. Yeah, we have it. Number 1 is Skippy.
Wow.
Number 2 is Jif, and then absolutely way in the back distance is Peter Pan.
So I'm going to say Peter Pan was my favorite of the taste.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, like this, just my sense of all of my senses, my smell, my taste, like it just, I knew I was going to be able to do this.
Okay. Yeah, you have very sharp senses.
Remember, I don't know if you guys remember this, but we did water years ago, and I was able to...
We said we were going to do it. Did we actually?
We did it, and I was able to pick because I knew I could pick Evian out of the other bottled water, and I think the other one maybe was Poland Springs or Fiji, something like that. But I was able to do it. There's something in that Evian water that I can taste.
Well, so can you just check on the back of the notion that Peter Pan, and Nick, is that what you said, that Peter Pan has the most?
That's what I heard when we were talking about this yesterday, and
so
people were posting on social media.
Because you really want as much sugar as you can in any product.
Yes.
Calorie-wise, they're only 10 apart, and the most calorically high is Peter Pan. It's got 200 calories per serving, which is 2 tablespoons, and the other two have 190, so it's neck and neck.
About the same, yeah.
But as far as the sugar content goes, it looks like they all have 3 grams of sugar.
There you go.
Right. Although Skippy has a little extra. It says total sugar's 3 grams, includes 2 grams added sugars.
Well, what does that mean?
The other ones don't have, or wait, no, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. They have it as well. I just didn't see
They
that
all have added
So
sugar.
it only
Yeah,
has
so they all have the same sugar.
3 grams of sugar, but with an additional 2 grams, which
So-
I would figure that to me is 5 grams.
No, it says includes. So
So
it's
3
not.
grams
It's
of
not
sugar
like a-
includes 2 grams of
It's
sugar.
not like a natural sugar. They've added it to the product.
1 gram of natural sugar, 2 grams of added sugar. So just so you guys know,
Gotcha.
I have for the past year and a half have been really paying attention to added sugars and trying not to have added sugars in my
No,
diet.
we know that.
Yeah.
So which you take your preference taste here was which one, Case?
Skippy.
Skip. No. It was
Yeah,
Jif.
it was.
No, it was Jif.
Oh.
I thought it was going to be. I thought it was Peter
You
Pan.
wanted it to be.
Okay.
If you believe in peanut butter,
Yeah.
clap your hands.
Right. And Casey likes to add honey to. He turned me on to the honey peanut butter sandwich, which was good.
Honey's
It
high in
wasn't-
calories too.
Oh yeah. But it was. I liked it. I'm not as gaga about it as you are.
Are you doing it with chunky peanut butter or creamy?
Creamy.
Okay, you got to
We
try
went-
it with chunky.
We went creamy because creamy is my preference actually.
It's the classic.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So.
That seems like so much. What do you need more?
Yeah. What kind of animal?
But you do put jelly on peanut butter, and that's a
Yeah, that's a good
standard.
point.
So
That's
and
a-
it's
that's
got
a
to
good
be.
point, yeah.
Do you go
just
with
as
chunky jelly or
sugary? That,
that's
that
why-
would be marmalade.
marmalade?
Yeah.
But that's
I do
why-
like marmalade.
I do
though.
like marmalade.
All of that stuff that you. This is a nice healthy breakfast, and it's only 41,000 calories.
Well, so listen, it's maybe not the healthiest, but if I'm using like a good like Ezekiel bread or like
Or Jebediah.
or a Jebediah bread, no, but Ezekiel bread's really good. It's like natural ingredients, and if I'm using an organic chunky peanut butter and honey, I'm like that's calories or sugars or whatever aside, like that actually is all like kind of natural-ish. So I feel,
Natural-ish.
Well, and I feel
No, you're right.
and I feel better about that.
No, there is a mindset, and and it is a legitimate nutritionist sort of take on things. If you're going to go with the natural sugar, go with the things substitutes and chemicals as you start to add in that stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to come up against problems. Eat as much. Take in as many calories as you can in every day, and make sure whatever you're eating is absolutely jammed with sugar.
And sprinkle
I think that's the
aspartame
best
all
way.
over it
And
as well.
aspartame,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Somebody just reminded me of something. You remember that time my mom made me make her a peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwich?
Yeah.
And then
You
we found
actually-
out somebody had texted in just now and said that they did peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches, and I was like, I could barely make it for her. This is a woman I've known my entire life, and I never knew she liked peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches. And apparently, it's fairly common in the South. And
You
that's
were very honest. You said you close fist punched her.
I was close to it. I mean, like, how dare you? Ooh, it's gross.
To me, that has no word. There is no place for that in my life.
But some people see it as adding even more of a creamy texture to it, and that's what does it. But no, I can't see that.
No.
So we had the what started this off yesterday was the Peter Pan theme or the jingle.
Right.
And how did that go?
If you believe in peanut butter, clap your hands.
I don't remember that, but I do remember Choosy Mothers Choose Jif. What about Skippy? What was there?
Frigid mothers choose.
Frigid Mothers
what
Choose
is it?
Skippy.
I don't
But we
know.
do know Annette Funicello
was
a longtime spokesperson. In fact, Steve, when they did
Back to the Beach,
she had like
jars of it.
peanut butter that was the size of like a keg of beer.
And the kids going, I hate this peanut butter.
So one of the Skippy slogans is "Spread on the smiles."
And
I don't remember
Skippy Yippy.
Oh,
Skippy Yippy.
2 in the pink, 1 in the peanut.
Oh, okay.
No.
One in the peanut. Okay, I'm gonna wear that.
Those things that caught on because honestly, one of the first jingles you'll probably, as a kid, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich is sort of a de facto sandwich. So yeah, do you remember having I don't remember if I was actually that much of a snob when it came to peanut butter when I was a kid. I just got what I got. I think it was probably
we just always had Peter Pan.
Yeah.
So that was my peanut butter, and I didn't really turn my nose up to other peanut butters, if I recall.
I used to do at Whole Foods. I used to do the where you just grind up the peanuts, and that's what I would make Jace for lunch. And no, listen, he had it for years, and he loved it. And then somebody gave him Skippy peanut butter, and he was like, "I don't want that other peanut butter. I want this."
You're tearing me apart.
We were a Jif household growing up, so that's why I got used to it. And that's why I wanted to rank it number 1. And turns out I like peanut butter or Peter Pan better.
Listen,
but
it takes a big man to admit that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm still going to keep buying Jif because I don't like change
because
that
choosy
much.
mothers choose Jif.
Right, but my dad would always make peanut butter and banana sandwiches, just like Elvis. So he would toast the bread, peanut butter
Those
on
are
top,
good.
and then
By the way, they're
sliced
good.
banana. Yeah.
Nick, have you had them?
Oh, that's what I was just saying. That growing up, that's my dad would
I
make.
thought he was making them just for him. Yeah,
No.
they're excellent sandwiches. Yeah. In fact, Elvis used to fly his personal Learjet, have somebody fly it to Las Vegas, because there was a chef there who made them exactly the way he loved them, because they would put bacon in them as well, and then fly them back to Memphis.
Wait, hold on. This is probably going to be a whole other debate, but I would not eat a peanut butter banana sandwich. It has to be open face.
Wait, so you would eat those ingredients, but not as a sandwich?
Not as a sandwich. It has
Too
to
much
be an
bread.
Interesting.
open face. Yeah.
I would prefer that open face, and I also prefer it toasted too.
What kind of bread? Does
But
that
I
matter?
wouldn't. I'd do white sandwich bread.
I go rye.
Oh, rye.
Right.
Tell me.
Oh, you're
That's the
throwing
way
us all
white
off.
supremacists eat it.
Step into my kitchen.
That's weird.
It's good.
Because rye has more of, I don't want to say like a savory flavor. Maybe it does.
Maybe
you know
it's
what
just
I mean?
what I grew up with, and that's why I loved it so much. But yeah, rye, toasted, peanut butter, Jif, and bananas.
I could do wheat or white.
Yeah, I just got a text from a guy who says that he would make peanut butter and fresh cherry sandwiches. So I guess he would take the cherries, pit it, chop them up.
Weird.
Well,
it's kind of jelly-ish, I guess,
but
right?
then I was thinking, so I might try that. But then I was thinking, like, well, why not just cut up some grapes and make a peanut butter and grape sandwich? Isn't that what grape jelly and
No.
strawberry jelly?
No, I don't think that would
Stop
work
it.
out. Yes, it's crazy talk.
I don't know.
It's more
like
natural.
Wow. What would you say? 10:36 in the Preston and Steve show.
Do you know what that what is from?
That's is that Arlen Specter?
Arlen Specter.
Yeah, it was a press conference that had the worst audio ever recorded.
Yeah, it was a bit that Steve had done, which used to crack me up. Could you find that?
We have it.
Could you find that? Because it was Arlen Specter was, I think he'd won the election, and he was talking about getting a concession call.
Right, yeah.
From his competitor, and he's at a press conference telling this, and the audio gave out, and then Steve did this bit where he added to it, and it just always cracked me up. Go ahead, Case.
Now is the time when I would exercise a unity. Congressman Pat Toomey called me and very graciously offered his congratulations, and I return congratulations to Congressman Toomey.
So did they not check the audio when they're recording stuff like that?
I've always loved that. All right, it's thank you time.
All the time.
Thank you. I would like to thank comedian Michael Palisak, who was on the show this morning.
Yeah.
Punchline, very, very nice guy.
He was very nice.
Enjoyable conversation with him. So you can go to punchlinephilly.com to get tickets and see him. Thank you to wrestler Bailey, who is here this morning. WWE Extreme Rules. She's going for the championship in the ladder match this weekend. She's a bad guy, but she was really nice.
Yeah,
she's really
awesome.
cool. And then finally, Beverly D'Angelo.
Yeah.
We had a short conversation with her, but she was great, and she was promoting this film called The Good House, which is in theaters now. And look for this movie down the road that she's going to be in called Violent Night. Search out the trailer. It looks great. And thank you to Red Robin.
Yeah.
Red Robin came by and brought some fantastic food, including their Red Robin Cheesy Bacon Fondue Burger, which is fantastic. And Pierre, they brought Impossible Burgers too.
Oh, really?
So if I don't know if there's any left.
I don't know.
But they did have some Impossible meat in case you were interested.
All right. I'd go that way.
Excellent. How you doing, man?
Excellent.
Wonderful.
It's lovely outside, and hopefully you kids can get out of here right away.
I'm planning on it.
So many days, Preston and Steve, most folks don't know this, but they have like meetings and all this work that they do that takes them well after the program. So on a lovely day, I always try to encourage them to escape
and we try to heed your advice
and run out and soak up the day.
Good choice of word. Escape.
Yeah.
Yes.
Escape.
We're going to take off.
Like the Pina Colada song.
A lot like that.
Yeah.
That's the official title of that song, by the way.
Really anything like that.
Yeah.
Escape
It's
connotates fun things and light things and beautiful things and removing yourself from the architectural disaster that is One Dollar Plaza.
Your favorite song. Sort of club singers like Steve and Edie Gourmet would come out and sing that on the Mike Douglas show.
Oh my God!
If you enjoy pina coladas,
oh, that's great. I could see that. All right. How about that letter?
How about it?
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
N as in neurotic.
All right, and we now are going to take caller number 6 at 215-263-WMMR to see if you have kept track of all 5 of those letters and now have a word. And if so, and you get through and you're the caller, we will set you up with this very cool prize that we have. What's coming up on your program today, dude?
More You Who Loot at noon, and then with me and Jackson at 3. That'll be fun. And also Workforce Blocks of Dire Straits. You can't go wrong with that band.
Love them.
Aren't they amazing?
They're great.
Amazing. And John Mellencamp for his birthday today. And Muse in honor of what we have to give away here shortly.
Yep, absolutely. All right, it's going to be a good one. So we will see if we can find someone who happens to know what the word of the week is. And that person we're going to try out with is Jody. Hi there, Jody.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Wonderful. How you doing?
Good. It's a beautiful day.
Yes. And it would be wonderful to win something, so give us a word, and we'll see if that's correct.
Moving.
Great day in the morning.
Jody, you got it.
That's awesome.
And you are moving on to Las Vegas for a trip that we have for you. Yeah, it's a home and away thing. So Muse is coming to town. They're going to be playing at the Wells Fargo Center. You're going to go to that show, which is Sunday, March 19th, and then we're going to fly you off to the Vegas show. I don't have the date on the Vegas show, but we'll get that information.
But you're going next year.
Yeah. So hang on the line. Congratulations to you, okay?
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Hold on. We'll get your information. We'll set you up. And don't forget that tickets for that Wells Fargo Center show are on sale now. They went on sale about 42 minutes ago at 10 a.m. You can go to wellsfargocenterphilly.com. Complete details at WMMR.com. To find out all you need to know about
the date is April 8th, Preston.
April 8th.
It's April 8th.
Okay. April 8th is when that's going to be.
No, they've changed it. The official calendar society has now changed April to Arpal.
All right, everyone.
It's Arpal.
Make a note of that, please. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston Steve Show brought to you today by Acme Markets Fresh Foods, local flavors. Also brought to you by Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers, now open in Fairless Hills in the court at Oxford Valley. One Love, and also brought to you by Trinity Rehab locations all over and now open in King of Prussia. Trinity-Rehab. Casey just threw this in my face and wants me to mention this one more time that our big friggin' deal at WMMR.com is 2 tickets to the Bates Motel and Haunted Attraction.
Take advantage of it, especially this weekend.
#1 haunted attraction in America. You get it for half price, folks. So go to WMMR.com, use the keyword deal, and it's while supplies last. Next week, we're going to worry about next week.
Yes.
Right? That's it. We're done.
That's my kind of planning.
Ray, John, have a great weekend.